Ollie Robinson, congratulations on your half century, but unfortunately not on the winning team tonight.
Yeah, it's a tough one, that. I mean, yeah, as you just said, that halfway point there, we probably ended up a little bit short. We were going well for the majority of the game, and then I got out at a poor time. Two new batters in, so it's always tough from there. So I think you've got to look at yourself in that aspect. So obviously I'm happy with 50, but probably should have gone on and carried my bat and taken it a bit deeper.
It was Durham's highest score here, but at half time I'm looking at that, I'm thinking it's a good batting track, small boundary. Did they have enough? Lost too many wickets towards the end of the innings, didn't they, for small partnerships?
Yeah, I think so, but that's kind of the way we've played this year.
Ollie Robinson, congratulations on your half century, but unfortunately not on the winning team tonight.
Yeah, it's a tough one, that. I mean, yeah, as you just said, that halfway point there, we probably ended up a little bit short. We were going well for the majority of the game, and then I got out at a poor time. Two new batters in, so it's always tough from there. So I think you've got to look at yourself in that aspect. So obviously I'm happy with 50, but probably should have gone on and carried my bat and taken it a bit deeper.
It was Durham's highest score here. Ollie Robinson, congratulations on your half century, but unfortunately not on the winning team tonight.
Yeah, it's a tough one, that. I mean, yeah, as you just said, that halfway point there, we probably ended up a little bit short. We were going well for the majority of the game, and then I got out at a poor time. two new batters in, so it's always tough from there. So I think you've got to look at yourself in that aspect. So obviously I'm happy with 50, but probably should have gone on and carried my bat and taken it a bit deeper.
It was Durham's highest score here, but at half time I'm looking at that, I'm thinking it's a good batting track, small boundary. Did they have enough? Lost too many wickets towards the end of the innings, didn't they? Ollie Robinson, congratulations on your half century, but unfortunately not on the winning team tonight.
Yeah, it's a tough one, that. I mean, yeah, as you just said, that halfway point there, we probably ended up a little bit short. We were going well for the majority of the game, and then I got out at poor time. two new batters in, so it's always tough from there. So I think you've got to look at yourself in that aspect. So obviously I'm happy with 50, but probably should have gone on and carried my bat and taken it a bit deeper.
It was Durham's highest score here, but at half time I'm looking at that, I'm thinking it's a good batting track, small boundary. Did they have enough? Lost too many wickets towards the end of the innings, didn't they, for small partnerships?
Yeah, I think so, but that's kind of the way we've played this year. We've kind of had our mantra is just keep going, and we bat all the way down to 11. So when you've got that behind you, you can kind of afford to go harder. But sometimes it pays off. Sometimes, like tonight, it didn't quite. But yeah, we're probably 10-15 short in the end of where we wanted to be. So we probably got about a par score, but the guys came out and played beautifully. So sometimes you just got to take your hats off.
It was a best second wicket stand for Durham. You and Graham Clark put on 92, but Adam Lyth came out with absolute intent, didn't he? He was really in the mood tonight. And some of the sixes that cleared the back of the Western Terrace, I can't remember balls going out the ground like that before. I think one of them's probably in Kirkstall by now. So they showed some real intent, didn't they? Him and David Willey particularly, and Finn Allen at the top as well.
No, they did, and that's the way they play. Lythy's an unbelievable T20 player, and obviously Dave's done it all around the world now, and Finn Allen as well. So some, like I said earlier, sometimes you just got to take your hats off, and we probably didn't adapt quick enough and change our plans quick enough. But it's tough learning, and I guess we got to put it behind us now and carry on to Sunday's game. Ben
Rain only bowled 2 overs, and we had a tweet off a listener. Perhaps he was introduced a little bit too early. He took 2 wickets and only went for 14 runs. And Andrew Tye, only the 3 overs as well. Perhaps they were, introduced a little bit too late in the day. Do you think?
Potentially, but I think at the time they were going, I think we had to try and take wickets. And Carsey and Coggins have been taking wickets for us all year. So actually, when you put it into that perspective, then they're probably our best options to take a wicket and kind of try and break that partnership. But yeah, it's all in hindsight, isn't it? You can look back and say, oh, he should have bowled here, he should have bowled there. But at the end of the day, it's happened now, and put it behind us, and we go on to Sunday.
You've got quite a few home games to come now, starting with Northampton on Thursday. You've already had a look at them last week.
Yeah, we played really well at Riverside. Was it Wednesday? So yeah, we take good confidence into that, and hopefully we get Lynn early, because he can be quite destructive, as we've seen, and yeah, hopefully turn them over this time.
I think bigger boundaries in Chester Street compared to Northampton last Friday. But start with Northampton Sunday, then there's matches next week as well. It's an interesting period for you because you're on loan at Durham and are very much part of the Kent setup, and will be at some point in the near future heading back down there to play in a county championship match. Yeah,
it's strange. There's a lot of travelling, but it's a brilliant opportunity for me here to play some T20 cricket and get some experience under my belt and win going to Durham. And yeah, obviously I have to travel back down on the 11th, I think, to play a 4-day at home against Gloucester, and I'll be back up the week after, all as well. So yeah, a fair bit of travelling. It's all good fun, but you've got to try and change your formats here and there. But no, all good.
played for Chester Street in the North East Premier League, and he was messaging Ashton Turner after Turner dislocated his shoulder at Northampton a couple of Fridays ago, and transpired he was here. So the Durham rang him up, said, "Do you fancy a game?" So when he made his debut the other night, he took a few wickets against Worcestershire. I think he took 3 on his debut. What were his figures? 3 for 27. He'd just been out to buy a pair of spikes because he didn't have any kit with him, and so everything, a new pair of spikes, but everything else provided by the club. I don't know whose bat he's been using, but he had a big 6 with it the other night as well.
That's a good bit of business.
Yeah.
Excellent bit of business.
And the Northants team, take us through the team first, Andrew, and then the drama of Friday night, because it went right down to the last ball.
Yes, well, it was just about recovered from it. Yes, so Northamptonshire going into this side. In fact, it's the same. It would be the same team that would have played on Friday, but for the dental issue that ruled out Chris Lynn. So Northamptonshire lining up this evening with Chris Lynn and Ben Curran at the top of the order. Josh Cobb captain, Safe Zabe, Rob Keogh, Jimmy Neesham may bat higher than that, batted at 6 on Friday night, which caused a certain amount of comment because he made 75 not out off 30 balls, batting at 3 against Leicestershire on his debut for Northamptonshire. Then Lewis McManus, who actually opened on Friday night, Tom Taylor, Graham White, Ben Sanderson and left-arm wrist spinner Freddie Heldrick, who made his first team debut for Northamptonshire on this ground in this fixture last year. Yeah, it was a cracking game on Friday night. One of those that you say it was great for the neutral. Northamptonshire going to Old Trafford, a ground where they've played half a dozen games previously. One of them was a no result, and the other 5 they haven't competed. They've lost by margins 50, 60 runs, a couple of 8-wicket defeats, and it must have been 153 for 6. Batting first was a wee bit light. Obviously with no Chris Lynn in the side, but then it soon became obvious, I think, that it wasn't the easiest of pitches to bat on, certainly not the easiest to chase on, and Lancashire managed to get themselves into a bit of bother. They lost the wicket of Liam Livingston to the young leg spinner Alex Russell, 20 years old, making his first team debut for Northamptonshire. As long as Tim David was there, you felt they had a chance. It came down to 6 off the last over. It came the last ball scores level, and he bowled a full toss, in fact, that would have been a no ball, and it was pulled away for the winning run. So it went down to the last ball. Terrific game of cricket, but Northamptonshire still without a T20 victory at Old Trafford. But again, as you would imagine, the emphasis was on taking the positives out of it, the good bits. Safe Zabe making his maiden T20 half century, which I have to say, Martin, I think was a bit of a surprise, because he's been around a while, played a lot of T20 cricket, but that was his first 50. Yeah. 57 not out of 40 balls. And the performance of, in particular, Alex Russell bowled really well. Jimmy Neesham picked up 4 wickets. So
his previous best had been 36 against Worcestershire. That was last year. So
it was. He's tended obviously to
30
play
matches now.
Yeah, I mean, he's tended to play that sort of finisher role and bat down the order. Obviously, he's given a chance this year to bat a wee bit higher. And he needed somebody to hold the thing together, and Josh Cobb was certainly full of sort of praise for him afterwards, because that was the job he did, and he got Northamptonshire up to a target that at least was defendable, and at least gave Lancashire something to think about. And say on another night, Northamptonshire might just have scraped home, but with 14 group matches, it's very unlikely you're going to win all of them. And
well, they reckon about 7 wins will get you out of the group. Durham at the minute have only won 2 from 5. Northants have 5 points. They've won 2 from
5. 2. Yeah, they've lost 2 and won no result. And that was that annoying one at Trent Bridge when Northamptonshire bowled really well for 18 overs and then it rained, and I think they would have backed themselves if they'd been chasing 160, which probably would have been if they'd gone the distance. I think they'd have backed themselves there, but wasn't to be, unfortunately. The weather intervened.
Well, congratulations to the England skipper and Durham all-rounder Ben Stokes, steering his side to victory this morning against New Zealand. The day 4 action didn't last 18 overs, I think it was at Lords. Was it 16 overs?
It was 13 overs and 5 balls, which means that the punters that were there get a refund.
They'll get the 160 quids back. Brilliant. I worked it out the other day. If I was to take my family down there and the missus to go to Lords, that was £1,000 plus day out there.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Daft amount of money.
Yeah, it is.
And Matty Potts, Durham's Matty Potts, who also goes under the Sunday name of Matthew all of a sudden, he was the most valuable player in the test with his 7 wickets, so well done to him. Lovely lad. And I remember it's about 5 years ago, next week I think it is, it was June the 17th, Canterbury. 2017. Young lad coming through the Durham Academy, playing in his first game. And there were ructions in Canterbury that day because it was general election day, one of the about 9 general elections in about 3 weeks.
What, another one?
Yeah. In this tournament this year, 2 half centuries, 65 the other day at Leeds, and Jones has got a top score of 44, 123 so far for him. Cobb, meanwhile, has taken just the 2 wickets, 2 for 20.
That's right, yeah. The Northamptonshire seem to have established a bit of a bowling order. First 5, the last 2 matches have been bowled by different bowlers, but the same different bowlers, if you see what I mean. So it is going to be Cobb from the Finkel end, which is the end that we're commentating from, and he's going to be bowling round the wicket. First ball to Michael Jones, and that's punched back down the pitch where Cobb fields off his own bowling. The 2 fielders out at the moment are at long on and deep mid wicket, and down the wicket comes Jones and plays a beautiful shot just inside out and hits it away over extra cover for 4. Beautifully timed, beautifully executed.
Nicely
First runs of the innings.
He just held the bat there after the shot as well. It was a little punch, wasn't it, over the top. Just held the Micker's name up for the camera to see.
Yeah, imagine there'll be a few photographers around the ground. Decent crowd in now. They seem to have come in quite late on, because it must have been about half an hour ago. Just wondering if it was going to be a little bit sparse, but not a bit of it. The crowd have come into the ground in the last half hour. Short of a length and bowled. And Cobb gets the breakthrough for Northamptonshire, and Jones is just checking.
Jones is wondering if that bounced back off the keeper.
Yeah, well, it was a ball just short of a length, and whether he got a little bottom edge on it is a bit hard to tell from
I don't
this
think
distance.
He thinks he's out.
Well, he was just having a look at the umpire, the square leg umpire, who said, "No, you're out, mate." So he's had to go, but he's out bowled by Cobb for 4 off the 3rd ball of the innings, and we shall now watch the replay, I think, with some interest, because
well, after such a beautiful shot, the delivery before, to get himself out there, it looked to me like he may have cut on, but I think he thought the ball had bounced back off the keeper and hit his stump. Here it is again. Are we going to see it?
Let's have a little look. Yeah, that was the 4, which was a glorious shot. Seems to be going back through the innings so far, all 3 balls of it. Anyway, we'll let you know what it looks like when we do see the replay of it. What we do know is that Ollie Robinson is in at the crease now. He's running up an awful lot of miles, or will be running up an awful lot of miles, between here in the northeast of England and down in Kent. For the start of the next round of championship matches, here's Cobb round the wicket to him, bowls to Robinson, drives up past the bowler. Cobb tumbles away to his right, can't stop it. It comes out to Graham White, who's fielding in front of us at long on, and they're through for a single. So Robinson is away, 1 to him, and Durham 5 for 1. And Graham Clark, Martin was saying, leading run scorer for Durham in the competition so far this season. Cobb bowling round the wicket to him, and Clark's off the mark, turning that out to deep mid-wicket, where Keogh fields. And they're through for a single, 6 for 1. Just got the dismissal up in front of me now. Yeah, he's just knocked out the off stump. And it did look as just so he chopped it on. But he just had a check with the umpire. But the umpire said that's out. Driven back to the bowler. Cobb fields off his own bowling, and that's the end of the first over. Successful one for the Northamptonshire white ball captain. Durham 6 for 1. Robinson is 1 not out. Graham Clark's also made a single. Man out Michael Jones, bowled by Cobb for 4. 6 for 1 after 1.
It was just a bit of a strange dismissal.
It was.
The way he didn't believe he was out.
I've had another look at it. I don't think it could have been anything other than chopped on. I think it was probably the fact that when the stump came out of the ground, the top of it was in the keeper's gloves, and maybe that just made him think that it just a little bit strange, but I don't think there was any problem there.
Ben Sanderson from the Lumley end, right arm over to Clark. It's an inside edge. Clark doesn't know where it's gone. It's gone off towards vacant square leg, and they're going to come back for 2 runs. Zaid with a throw at the stumps at the keeper's end, just slightly behind the target. Good running there. So Robinson and Clark getting some early understanding going there. Ben Sanderson bowling there is in his 59th T20. He's got 65 wickets, best bowling 4 for 21 against Yorkshire, for Yorkshire against Derbyshire in 2011.
Year he was released.
And he comes, and that's gone through again, and the ball's doing all kinds here. And I'm not really sure what that came off. Is that buys? It's got an inside edge again. Clark was totally taken by surprise by the lack of bounce off that delivery. Inside edge down towards fine leg for 4.
There's plenty to keep the seamers interested so far.
Could have been out either ball there.
Absolutely. Yeah,
well, this wicket was used the other night. The Diamonds played the Lightning on the afternoon, and then Durham played Worcestershire on the evening. And here comes Sanderson again. He bowls. That's driven back past him by Clark. 1 run. And who's the fielder with the bright blue?
That's Josh Cobb.
Josh Cobb. Now, we were describing this last Friday, weren't we, at Northampton. He's got these bright blue trainers on which look massive, and it also looks like he's wearing those blue overshoes, the
yes.
plastic covers you wear when you have to go into a swimming pool.
Like the Crocs. I wonder if they were left to him by Mohammed Nabi, who was with Northamptonshire last year in white ball, who wore them, and he was easily distinguishable from anybody else on the field. Maybe just left them in the changing room and Josh Cobb's picked them up.
13 for 1, and Robinson drives at a ball from Sanderson out towards the point boundary in front of the old scoreboard on our right. Robinson's going to have to get a move on here. Ooh. He dives back in. The throw came back in sharply from Rob Keogh, and as it is, it bounced out of Lewis McManus's gloves.
More likely, of course, there's a high-powered, high-value sponsorship deal behind it. It's not a question of somebody just picking up somebody else's boots in the changing room. They are distinctive, though. Lewis
McManus, just like Ollie Robinson, is a wicketkeeper on loan. He's from Hampshire, as Robinson plays this one up towards short, mid-on for 1. Robinson will be going back to Kent at the end of next week for a county championship match, before then returning to Durham for the rest of the T20 games.
I thought I got a long journey tomorrow at 3.5 hours down to Northampton back from here, but he's got at least another hour on top of that, I would have thought.
Last ball of the over here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Northampton. Sanderson, right arm over, and played by Clark into the ground and back to the bowler. And that was a strange looking over, that one. Looked like there's a little bit of uneven bounce there, maybe a bit of a sticky wicket. And Durham, though, getting 10 runs off it. 16 for 1.
Yeah, Northamptonshire, as far as chasing is concerned this year, they chased in the first match against the Bears at Edgbaston, and, well, to be honest, they were already out of the game because Warwickshire had made a huge score in their first innings, and Northamptonshire were very, very unlikely to get anywhere near it. 207 for 3 in 16 overs. It was a rain-affected game. They would have chased against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge when they reduced Nottinghamshire to 140 for 6 off 18 overs. Then, unfortunately, as mentioned earlier, the rain came. It was going to be Tom Taylor to bowl the 3rd over of the innings from this Finkel end. So Northamptonshire just sticking to their bowling sequence, and Taylor gets a little bit of bounce there, which surprised Robinson. He played it well, pushed it out into the covers, and there's no run. But as Martin said in the previous over, there's just a little bit in this pitch that's keeping the seamers interested. Northamptonshire have gone in the last couple of games with Cobb, Sanderson, Taylor, Neesham, and then Sanderson again. They did that against Leicestershire and again against Lancashire. See if they keep to that sequence this afternoon. Here's Taylor in again, bowls. Robinson plays it out through the gap between backward point and cover. There's a man sweeping on the cover boundary, safe save. And they're through for a single, 5 to Robinson. Durham up to 17 for 1.
Is Taylor's brother, is he James at Derby?
At Surrey he is
now.
now. Yeah, he was at Derby, but he's
so
at
they've
Surrey.
come through the Staffordshire age groups, haven't they? Families from the Stoke area.
Unfortunately, James is injured. We were rather hoping they might be in opposition when Northamptonshire played down at the Oval in the Championship earlier in the season, but James has got a very long-term injury at the moment, sadly. Next ball turned away through mid-wicket by Graham Clark, and it's a long chase round for Rob Keogh over to our right on the mid-wicket boundary, and they're able to come through for a couple of runs. Takes Clark up to 10 and Durham up to 19 for 1. Of course, Graham Clark's brother's also with Surrey, isn't he, Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan, formerly at Lancs, wasn't he?
Yeah, and
I remember him hitting 6 sixes for Lancashire seconds against Yorkshire at Scarborough a few years ago, and the only footage of it was some really grainy mobile phone footage of the final 6.
Here's Taylor from the Finkel end in bowling to Clark. Drives handsomely up to extra cover, but just picks out the man quite close in, quite tight in at extra cover, saving the single, as a result of which there's no run.
Don Topley's son Reese plays for Surrey as well. I think Don's watching them in Cardiff this weekend.
Oh yes, I saw he was
in the rain in Cardiff.
Well, he couldn't resist the comment about when I put a little post up yesterday, being able to revisit some of my father's childhood haunts up here in the northeast, and he said it was too far north, didn't he, Toppers? Here's Taylor in again, bowls short, attempted pull by Clark, doesn't get hold of it, I think it just bounced down off his body, rolled down to Lewis McManus behind the stumps.
That's a play on my phrase about everywhere being too far south when it rains.
South, yeah.
All it did here during the Test match in 2016 when England played Sri Lanka here, the commentators whinged on all week about how cold it was and it was too far north for cricket in May. And the warmest place in Britain that week was Glasgow, 150 miles further north than here.
Oh well, it's selective meteorological information. Changing the field, putting a second man out on the boundary on the leg side and bringing the deep cover into the ring on the offside. Here's Taylor in again, bowls and forced down the ground, and that's going to be 4 by Graham Clark. Once it had gone through mid-on, it was a despairing dive down here by Ben Sanderson, but he couldn't get a hand to it, and it rolls away for 4. Nicely played, crisply played shot by Graham Clark, and that's the end of the third over. 23 for 1 Durham, with Clark on 14, Robinson 5.
Did well there, Clark. He took a giant stride back into his crease and just angled it up nicely, then drilled it back past the bowler, and fielder at mid-on couldn't get round enough to cut it off. Nicely timed.
Durham got 2 mascots then, Martin?
Yeah, I can't remember what they're called.
Wander round?
Yeah, it's a Mr. and a Mrs. The Lions, I think.
No.
Chester the Lion and something else.
There was an old programme on television, radio years ago, Life with the Lions, isn't it? But that's going back a very long way. But I'm very old.
Was that the Bowes Lions? The Queen Mother's family are from County Durham. Well, she was. From Barnard Castle, which nobody had heard of until Dominic Cummins' famous journey 2 years ago.
Well, they're sticking to the order because it is going to be Neesham.
Kiwi coming in here, right arm over, bowls, and an edge, and a wicket, first ball. Robinson's gone, and he's played it one way outside of off stump there. And it was rising on him, and he's gone for 5. Durham 23 for 2.
Yeah, ball just outside off stump. Again, the odd one is just bouncing a little bit. We saw it from Taylor in the previous over, and that one has just bounced a little bit on Ollie Robinson, looking to just run it down. As Martin said, back a long way away from the body, took a thickish edge and a good diving catch by Lewis McManus. So Neesham strikes, having picked up 4 wickets the other night. It was slightly a case of hero turned villain in that one, of course, having bowled so well to get Northamptonshire back into the game. Then with 3 needed off the last ball, he bowled a wide that they ran off, and suddenly the scores were level and Lancashire were able to win. But he picked up 4 wickets, including the crucial one of Tim David in that last over, which looked as though it might have won the match for Northamptonshire. But he's certainly making an impact, Jimmy Neesham, in his only in his 3rd game. Wicket with the first ball here.
David Beddingham, the new man, who hasn't had a big score yet in this season's T20. He's been a bit indifferent given what we know he's capable of. He's been struggling with a bit of a back problem. Made 13 at Yorkshire on Friday and 17 against Worcestershire here last Wednesday. At Warwickshire, he got 13, and at Northants, he got 31, so that's been his best score. And the opening night of the season against Leicestershire, he got the 1. So Jimmy Neesham striking with his first ball of the day from the Lumley end. He's got one slip in place now in Ben Curran as he comes in 2-ball. And Benningham forward and plays and misses at that one. Neesham didn't play in the first game. He was still at the IPL, I think, wasn't he? Is that right?
Yes, I think that's right. Yeah.
So he's from Auckland, 12 tests, 66 ODIs and 38 T20 internationals. He was with Rajasthan Royals, that's where he's just been in the IPL.
It's a great comment from him because they had a visa issue, and the result of which he had to go to France for the day to come back into the country. And he said when I interviewed him after his innings against Leicestershire that he'd enjoyed that morning's omelette de fromage in Paris before coming to play in Northampton in the evening.
Here he comes, defended by Bedingham, and it rolls off towards point for a single. That was his 165th wicket in T20. So he's been around the block a bit. His best figures, 4 for 24. Wellington against Otago in 2018. He's played for, as I looked at it yesterday, 14 different teams. Derbyshire in 2016, Kent 2017, Essex 2021, and then the likes of Wellington, Auckland, Otago, and then Rajasthan Royals, Guyana and Trinbago. There's loads of them in the IPL and the Caribbean Super League and all the rest of it. Here he comes again, bowls, and that's clattered by Clark down towards the deep backward point boundary for 1 run, fielded by Rob Keogh.
I did ask Jimmy Neesham whether he thought he was likely to find an omelette de fromage in Northampton. And
well, probably somewhere around the bus station.
Well, yeah, he said he said he wasn't too worried about that, but having spent 10 weeks or whatever it was in India, he wanted a beef burger.
Yeah.
So they'll certainly find one of those.
2 balls left of this 4th over. Bowling now to Bedingham. Bedingham cuts. It's down towards deep backward point, 1 run. Or wide 3rd man, depending on how you want to size it up. The boundary sort of tapers round to the right and comes round at an angle just behind where Rob Keogh is. He's got his back to the furthest end, the sort of eastern side of the County Durham stand. The 2-tier stand on our right hand side.
Last time we were here, there was the big student night.
It's coming on
stand.
Wednesday.
Is it? Oh,
yeah,
right,
they're going to fence them in. They're going to cage them into the Virtue stand, apparently. Good luck with that. Neesham bowls, and Clark turns this past square leg off towards the pavilion boundary. Just the 1 run. And quickly in there was Saif Saeed, fielding just in front of the pavilion. And that's the end of the over. So a wicket in the first delivery. And Durham, after 4 overs, are 27 for 2 here on the BBC.
Yeah, I seem to remember that corresponding fixture last year. We seemed to spend half our time talking about the cricket and half our time talking about the antics of a very large student contingent that came in.
Yeah, they were bussed in. It was
a fleet of buses, wasn't it?
It was a night called Invades, and then the following night there was a massive pitch invasion during a Warwickshire game, and the ECB stopped it happening anymore because at the time we were only just coming out of
lockdown.
Right.
Ben Sanderson from the Finkel end to bowl over number 5, and it's driven up to mid-on. They'll have to hurry, but they do. And Tom Taylor's throw to the keeper's end knocks a stump out of the ground, but Clark was through for the single, and Durham up to 28 for 2. Yes, we had fancy dress, we had
all kinds,
beach balls, all sorts going on.
Flashes.
We had a streaker at the end because I was interviewing Freddie Heldrick, who just made his debut, and Adam Rossington down at the front of the Don Robson Pavilion, I think, and they were the gatemen were trying to, half of them were trying to get the streaker in through the gate. Sanderson in bowl, short, pulled away. Is it just about going to have enough bat on it to loop over the 2 fielders in the ring on the onside at mid-wicket and mid-on, and David Bedingham gets away with it, and he gets a couple of runs as well. 4 to him, 30 for 2.
I think the thing that upset so many people last year was they gave that stand on our right to the students, and there was thousands of them in there, and it meant the rest of the ground was for the remaining spectators, so social distancing became a bit of an issue, and 1 or 2 members got upset about it.
Here's Bedingham on strike again. Sanderson again bowls just short of a length, but he took all the pace off it, and he was through the shot, David Bedingham, pretty early, as a result of which it goes through to Lewis McManus, yes, and
So
try and do the interview in front of the pavilion.
Yeah.
You've got half the gateman trying to keep the streaker out of the pavilion, and the other half trying to get him in to get him off the field.
I
and
never even noticed anybody naked running past. I was too busy doing an interview, so focused on the game.
There was a bit of a fracas going on down there. 30 for 2. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls, and that's driven straight back past the bowl. A lovely shot by David Beddingham, running away down to the boundary to our left. Fielded by, I think it's Alex Russell coming out of the Northamptonshire dugout. Loops the ball back to Josh Cobb, and lovely shot, well timed, straight back past the bowler by Beddingham. He goes to 8, and Durham to 34 for 2.
Yeah, they said there were a lot of complaints, so they said they wouldn't have them back, and then they've decided they will, but they're going to do things differently.
Okay, here's Sanderson in, and that's again hammered back over the bowler's head, and that's 4 more. It's gone 1-2 bounces into the rope down below us. David Beddingham is warming to his work. Back-to-back boundaries for bedding off Ben Sanderson. He goes to 12, and Durham to 38 for 2.
Adrian Thomas, who watches a lot of Gloucestershire and indeed Bristol Rovers as well, has just tweeted. He says Northampton has the best Indian restaurant on the circuit near any cricket ground, the Star of India. So if Jimmy Neesham wants a curry, I think he will have had his choice of curries for the last 12 weeks.
He might well have done. Yeah, yes, if I took our colleague Jonathan Doidge there earlier this season, it is very good. Here's Sanderson, very full, on driven, but he's only going to get a single this time, Beddingham, as it goes up to Tom Taylor at mid-on and the edge of the circle. End of the over, 12 off it, 39 for 2 off 5. And David Beddingham, so seeming to warm to his work there. He said he hasn't had a particularly spectacular start to the Blast campaign this year, but he looks to be getting his eye in with a couple of boundaries off Sanderson. 39 for 2 off 5.
I think they were expecting around 4,000 in today. It looks quite busy in the stands. The Castle stand on the right hand side is shut, but they are apparently going to put fences around it on Wednesday, and the students will be bussed in and funneled into there and not allowed to go anywhere else in the ground. They will have their own section. They won't be allowed into the County Durham stand or indeed the main pavilion area. I expect carnage again.
Well, there were an awful lot of buses there last year, weren't
they?
There? So we couldn't park anywhere near the ground.
No. Taylor has switched ends, bowling now to Beddingham. First ball of the 6th over. That one pops on him a little bit, and he's surprised by that, the bitesman, and fends it away. Where's the curry house then? Is it where next to the Abingdon pub is? Or not?
No, it's not the Welly. There are some. I mean, I must say that there are lots of curry restaurants in and around the ground. But there's quite a number along the Wellingborough Road. Now, this one is over opposite the racecourse. It's actually just on the corner of the Kettering Road, and opposite where Northamptonshire used to play before they moved to the county ground.
Beddingham plays this off towards the cover area. No run there. One run there. I can't think of that. When I stay in Northampton, I normally try and stay around the town centre somewhere and come up that main road with all the shops on it to the
Wellingborough Road. Yeah. Well, doing the Welly Road is part of the thing in Northampton. There's loads of restaurants of all types and pubs down there as well. But no, this is the Kettering Road, and it's just on the corner of Abington Grove and Kettering Road, and opposite the racecourse.
I did the Welly Road one night with my mate Gary Porter, who is the former Watford captain and finished his career at Northampton Town. Taylor comes in, it's played back to him by Graham Clark. Gary's originally from Sunderland and went down to Watford, played for them for years. He was captain there for years, and then I remember one time with another pal, we were gone to watch a game in Birmingham, and it was a Sunday match. I think Sunderland were playing at West Brom or Birmingham City. So on the Saturday we randomly chose Walsall against Northampton Town, and we were sitting near the tunnel in the main stand at the Bestcott Stadium, and my mate said, "That number 10 playing for Northampton, who does he remind you of?" And so Taylor comes in and Clark's back into his crease to push this one away. Is it signalled as a no ball or not? No. Did the umpire put his arm out there?
I think so.
Anyway, I said, "Well, who do you think it is?" He said, "It looks to me like Ray Houghton." I said, "No." I said, "It's probably, I'm not sure if you'll have met him." I said, "I've got a friend called Gary Porter, but he plays for Watford." And the woman in front said, "It is Gary Porter. He's just arrived on loan." So I went to say hello to him at half time, and he was stunned to see me there.
there was one weekend where we just absolutely had the most incredible footballing blowout that I think I've ever been part of, which involved Gary, and it was all a load of derby matches as Taylor bowls and Clark goes down on one knee and tries to drive, and it's another dot ball, just the one run so far from 5 balls in this over. And on the Saturday morning we went to see Sheffield United against Sheffield Wednesday at Wembley in the FA Cup semi-final 1993.
Yeah.
And then on the afternoon we drove up, and Gary got us tickets to watch Watford against Luton Town, so we saw that one in the afternoon. On the way there, the Grand National that never was, heard that on the radio. How's that? Taylor comes in now to finish this over, and that's played nicely out through deep mid-wicket by Clark for 1 run. So a very good over from a Northants point of view, and this is a grubby wicket. It's sticking, and it's difficult, I think, for the players to get the ball away here. And after 6 overs, Durham are 41 for 2, and if you look at the scorecard and look at power plays and see some of the totals that have been posted recently, I think what did Yorkshire have on the board the other day? 97 for 1, I think they were.
Durham at Northampton, 85.
Yeah.
85 for 2, wasn't it, in the power play? Chasing that big total, and must be said, Durham were well on course, and it was really the spinners, Heldrick in particular, who just clawed it back for Northamptonshire. But Durham top order did a terrific job, and looked as though they were going to, well, they'd already started to silence the home crowd a bit. Anyway, 41 for 2 here, as Martin says. This will be a different game, this one. Here's Graham White, left arm spin from the Finkel end, and bowling his first ball to Graham Clark, which is on driven up to long on. Tom Taylor on the boundary, quickly to the ball, moving round to his left, and sends in his return to the bowler's end. 1 more to Clark. He's 19, and Durham up to 42 for 2.
Bearing in mind, in the last 3 matches between these two, the Northants opening stand's been more than 100 runs.
Yes, that's right. Round the wicket comes Taylor, and that was a full bung up, and well, he got away with that. Bedingham looking to drive it. White was able to stick out a right hand and stop it and prevent a single, and was looking to flick the ball back onto the stumps had Graham Clark wandered out of his ground, which he hadn't. Next ball turned up to mid-wicket, well fielded there by Josh Cobb, so another dot ball. Graham White, of course, Northamptonshire's all-time leading wicket taker in T20 cricket, took that distinction from David Willey last year. Concedes a single here as it's driven up to long on by Bedingham, fielded again by Taylor down in front of our commentary position, and also now involved in the coaching staff at Northamptonshire, runs the second team, also specialist fielding coach, so if he drops a catch or misfields, then there's a certain amount of ill-concealed glee from some of his charges. Driven out to extra cover, but not timed at all by Clark. White's bowling a good first over here. Tom Taylor's already got through a couple, made a not great start. First 3 matches was going for 11, 12 runs and over, but he's pulled it back well in the last couple of games. White again, big swing by Clark, and that missed the leg stump by very, very little. It went through to Lewis McManus, who didn't take it cleanly. Nevertheless, it's a dot ball to finish and just 2 off the over. So Northamptonshire have had a good couple of overs, 6 and 7, just 4 runs coming off the 2 of them, 2 off each. 7 overs gone, 43 for 2. But yes, it is rather nice when you're opposite the race course. I was saying to our colleague Jonathan Deutsch, you look over there and you think that on that expanse, big green expanse, W.G. Grace played, Alfred Min played, Spofforth played, Billy Murdoch, all of the greats of
Is that
19th
where the park
century
is
cricket.
now?
It's a big open space.
Yeah.
And here's Freddie Heldrick.
Freddie Heldrick took 3 wickets against Durham last week, and while Scott Borthwick got tonked around the park, none for 59, the joint worst figures for a bowler against Northants, Heldrick showed how it was done. Bowled with real control. He's a left armer. Oh, and he's nearly got a caught and bowl there. He's bowled a dreadful full toss to start with. Bedingham slammed it back to him. It hit him in the hand. He couldn't hold on. He fell over as he was trying to snatch at that one. He's on a rookie contract for this year, isn't he, Freddie Heldrick?
He is.
20 years old, wrist spinner. Comes in again, and that's a full toss as well. Played up to long off by Bedingham for 1, but he took his career best figures against Durham a week ago on Friday.
Picked up the wicket of Ben Rain, wasn't it, on debut here against Durham here at Riverside?
Yeah, 3 for 22 he got. Played for Suffolk in the minor counties as well, as this one is dragged out from wide of off stump. That wasn't the best of balls, and that's gone for 4. Big sweep slog by Graham Clark out through deep mid-wicket. Just been praising his bowling, and so far he hasn't delivered a decent ball at all in this over. There you go. I did see him playing last year. I'm sure he was playing for Suffolk against Staffordshire in the final round of the minor counties games at Copdock, and that's another half tracker, and Clark pulls this up to long on for 1. Copdock and Old Ipswichians Cricket Club on the old A12.
That's his club. That's his home club.
Went and watched an afternoon of cricket there with Don Topley, and they were chasing a silly amount of runs, like 383 to win the title. Bit of a better delivery, cuts back in towards Beddingham, who plays it square cut down to backward point to Ben Curran. Anyway, we didn't think they were going to get the run, so we left and we went and had a pint in Dedham Village, Constable country, and then found out later they'd won in the last over. So, played by Beddingham off towards Keogh on the point boundary. Beddingham says, get a move onto Clark. Good running, because Beddingham was coming back to the danger end there, and he analysed the situation, and Durham eventually reached the 50-run mark at the end of the 8th over. So 50-4-2 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Northampton.
Yeah, Northamptonshire going into the match the other evening up at Old Trafford against Lancashire, not entirely by design, of course, but with 2 young wrist spinners in the side, with Freddie Heldrick, left-arm wrist spinner, and Alex Russell, who found himself in the side when Chris Lynn was forced to pull out. It was an interesting selection, because they decided not to go for another batter, but to bring in, I suppose, a bit of an X factor on the basis that nobody would have seen him before and wouldn't know quite what to expect. But he bowled really well, so picked up the wicket of Liam Livingston. Here's Jimmy Neesham about to start his second over, 1 for 4 so far, and the first ball is driven out through extra cover. It's a chase for Graham White, but he's not going to win that one, and that streaks away over the outfield for 4 runs, takes Graham Clark up to 28 and Durham to 55 for 2. We're in the 9th over. Durham having won the toss, chosen to bat first. A lovely shot by Graham Clark, all along the floor, proper cricket shot. Here's Neesham running away from us from this Finkel end, bowls to Clark, who runs that down towards third man, and if it beats the man in the ring, it's going to run for 4, and it has beaten Chris Lynn in the ring, and it does run down there for 4 to third man. So, having conceded just 4 runs off his first over during the power play, Jimmy Neesham has already conceded 8 off the first 2 balls of this one. 59 for 2 Durham.
That was nicely done there by Clark, soft hands.
Keep an eye obviously on the other games being played this afternoon. Some groups, both groups really, in the Blast this year, incredibly tight. Here's Neesham. A rocking approach in, bowls to Clark on leg stump, turned away just behind square, and they're going to pick up just a single as it goes down there to Ben Sanderson, coming in off the boundary. There's a little bit of sunshine appears for the first time this afternoon, which is very welcome. Takes Clark up to 33, that single, and Durham up to 60 for 2. We're certainly faring rather better than they are at Edgbaston, because
too far south to guarantee the weather.
Nothing doing yet between the Bears and Nottinghamshire. Inspection due in about half an hour. A lot of rain in the Birmingham area. Is Neesham bowling to Beddingham, who turns that away out towards mid-wicket. There may have been 2, they may have had it in mind to go for 2 if they'd gone straight away, but they settled for the single. Keogh is quick across the ground. He's got a decent arm as well, so they decided not to take it on. 1 more to Beddingham, who's 19. Durham 61 for 2.
There were big thunderstorms swept up from the Channel last night, right up through the south of England, up into the Midlands.
Yeah, certainly had some back at my part of the world last night, I'm told.
It's affected Jubilee celebration.
It has in Rushden, yes. The Jubilee, big Jubilee lunch has been called off today. As Neesham in bowls just short of a length, punched away nicely off the back foot by Clark. He's only going to get a single though, as Zabe, again quick over the ground, sweeping on the cover boundary, takes Clark up to 34. And Durham to 62 for 2. Sun trying to come out.
Yeah, we had about 20 neighbours on the drive last night having a Jubilee game of bingo and a few drinks and some sandwiches and whatnot.
They are playing at Worcester, where Leicestershire are 64 for 1 in the 9th over against Worcestershire. Here's Neesham. Last ball of the over coming up. And hit on the pad. Appeal, strangled appeal for LBW. Looks clearly slanting down the leg side, missing leg stump, which is what Tom Lungley thought. And they come through for a leg bye to end the over. 63 for 2, so 11 off the bat plus the leg bye. Beddingham is 19, Clark is 34. And after the loss of those 2 early wickets, Jones going for 4, Robinson for 5. Good recovery here, engineered by Clark and Beddingham.
Took a bit of the pace off that final delivery there. Just looking at the stats between these two, there've been 21 matches with 18 completed. 2 began in Northampton in 2014 and 2017, but were abandoned midway through, in the game in 2015 never started. Heldrick from the Lumley end, left arm over the wicket. It's another full toss. It's played away by Beddingham towards long off for 1. I remember the 2014 game. Now, was it 2014 or 2017? There'd been this horrendous thunderstorm just before the match was due to start, and they started it anyway. Then David Sales damaged his knee ligaments and he didn't play again. 2014. Oh, that's hit the stumps, and that is out because Heldrick's managed to get a hand on a drive from Graham Clark, and backing up was David Beddingham. The stumps have been demolished. Beddingham has been run out for 20, and that ends a partnership of 41 runs. Durham are now 64 for 3, and it's the most awful way to get out, backing up when a bowler manages to get a hand on a return ball.
It certainly is a grim way to go. The only thing you can say is, I suppose, from Freddie Heldrick's point of view, at least he had the presence of mind to get a hand on it, and as you say, it absolutely demolished the stumps. The 2 were knocked out of the ground. And, well, it's an awful way to go, but Northamptonshire, I suppose, will take it. All contributions gratefully received. I'm just saying it was a good partnership between those two. After the couple of early wickets, they've really started to rebuild the Durham innings, and do so with a mixture of enterprise and also just good sense, and not trying to go too hard too soon. Nevertheless, handy wicket for Northamptonshire, 64 for 3 in the 10th.
Paul Coghlan, the new batsman.
Just having a look at scores here. It's a pretty even split in terms of in recent matches on this ground, whether you win batting first or second.
Heldrick bowling to Clark, who slogs, sweeps out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's 1 bounce for 4. Beats the fielder who's out there, and goes for 4 runs in front of the Health Club boundary.
And you know what the bowler's going to be saying there? Why did it go over the head of the fielder? First bounce for 4. Would he not have been better perhaps right on the rope rather than inside? That's what the bowler will say.
Comes in again, driven this time by Clark out through mid-wicket. He's going to come back for 2. He's got Coghlan with him, so they should be able to do it. Clark coming back to the keeper's end, gets there.
And yeah, it's a pretty even split. 53% wins batting first, 47 batting second. The average score, winning score batting first, 170 on this ground, which you would think is probably within Durham's compass, with 10 and a bit overs to go.
Heldrick again, cut by Clark, past point and out towards Keogh on the boundary. 1 run.
Yeah, 170s compares to slightly higher average winning score batting first for on a ground like at Northampton, but pretty comparable to Old Trafford, and I think that probably tells you about the size of the boundaries here.
Oh, well, they use the biggest field, yeah.
It's a big ground.
Heldrick in again, swept nicely by Coghlan, and he's picked a spot between 2 fielders out in the cow corner area of the ground on that leg side, and he's put it straight between the 2 of them along the floor for 4. That was a really nice shot, that. So Durham 75 for 3 at the end of the 10th. What were those average scores, did you say?
Average batting first, yeah, to win. This is in recent, goes back over the stats package, goes back over around about 20 matches. 170
right
here at Riverside.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think at one time Durham used to struggle to get any more than about 147, 150. In fact, 147 seemed to be their average score for quite a few seasons.
Well, it's pretty much the same at Old Trafford. It's 170 there, but it's just over 180 at Northampton by way of comparison. But as you mentioned earlier, it's a smaller ground, smaller boundaries. Here's Graham Clark, 41 to his name, facing Graham White. Round the wicket from the Finkel end, chips that just wide of Josh Cobb in the ring at mid-wicket. It beats his dive, it goes out to Tom Taylor on the boundary, and they come through for a couple of runs. Clark up to 43 and Durham to 77 for 3. Paul Cogden, the new batsman, at the non-striker's end at the moment, as White comes in again, bowls to Clark, who sweeps, doesn't time it, goes to Cobb in there, saving one well inside the circle. Fielder on the 4 points of the circle at mid-wicket on the 45, backward point and an extra cover. As White fires that one in a little bit quicker, cut away by Clark, but there's a man safe Zabe sweeping on the cover boundary, keeps it to a single. Clark to 44, Durham to 78 for 3. Sun's disappeared again. Bit of a murky afternoon.
Yeah, it's a grey day, isn't it?
As White comes in again, and that's driven just wide of the bowler, diving away to his right by Coglan. So they're able to come through for a single. More work for Tom Taylor to do on the boundary down in front of us. Coglan goes up to 5, Durham to 79 for 3. Suspect it might have put a few people off, casuals if you like, coming this afternoon, but still a good crowd in. Here's White round the wicket, and that's beaten. I think that's beaten everything. Yeah. It's running away down to the boundary now. As this runs, as it buys, let's see. They're coming back for 3, and that's well run. Let's wait for Tom Lungley's single. Bye. So as I first thought, it beat everything. Beat the outside edge, beat the stumps, much to Graham White's chagrin. Beats the keeper, Lewis McManus, and ran away for 3 byes, 82 for 3. 1 ball to go in the over. White again firing that one in, and it's turned just wide of Josh Cobb, saving one at mid-wicket. As it is, it goes out to deep mid-wicket. Taylor keeps it to a single. End of the over, so one way or another, 8 runs going onto the Durham total, 4 off the bat and those 5 off the bat rather, in those 3 byes. 83 for 3 off 11, with Clark on 44, Coglan on 6. Graham White's bowled 2 overs for 7, so steady start by him. And Freddie Heldrick is being taken out of the attack, and it's going to be Josh Cobb back on, who bowled the first over.
Cobb with those bright shoes on. (83-4-3) here on the BBC. Martin Emerson and Andrew Rad with you, BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Northampton. And it is Cobb to bowl. Right arm over. Coglan pushes that out to the covers. No run there. It's cut off by Ben Curran. 1 bounce. Cobb again. Bowls. And an edge, a thick edge from Coglan. It beats the keeper and it's away for 4. Keeper standing up to the stumps, couldn't react in time to that one. Durham move on to 87 for 3. And Coglan, as a result of that, moves on to 10. Durham have had 8 wins against Northants in the 18 completed matches, 6 at home and 2 away. As Cobb bowls again, and that pops up on Coglan. He fends it off, a little punchy shot towards mid on no run there. 10 wins for Northants,
including the last 4, haven't they?
Yeah, they did the double last year, didn't they? Yeah. And won this season. That's a slog sweep from Coglan down towards long leg for 4. It's gone to the pavilion steps, nearly went up the steps. They also, of course, had that win at Edgbaston in the pouring rain in the final of 2016.
Oh, yes.
Durham had about 15 minutes from winning their delayed semi-final against Yorkshire to running up the far end of the ground, grabbing their kit, bringing it back down to the dressing rooms and getting out. Paul Collingwood never even had a chance to write out another team sheet and hand it in. It's pushed away by Coghlan for 1 run towards backward point. I think twice that day. Northants was something like 9 for 3 in the semi-final and 9 for 3 against Durham.
That's right. Against Notts in the semi-final when Ben Duckett played one of the outstanding 83 or 47 balls.
This is driven back to the bowler, and it's a wicket for Cobb, and it was a soft shot really from Clark. He's mistimed that one. He's gone for 44. He looks rather disappointed with himself. He was through the shot really before the ball got onto the bat, and a Corton bowled, and Durham 92 for 4.
It's one of those slightly sort of slow motion dismissals, wasn't it? When you just thought, well, he must just have played it into the ground, but no, he hadn't. He just chipped it back, and as you say, super innings from Graham Clark, who's been very much man in form for Durham in the blast this year. Today, 44 off 34 balls with 6 fours, but Northamptonshire captain, who the other day made his 400th professional appearance in all competitions and for his 2 counties, Leicestershire, of course, and now Northamptonshire. So all the experience in the world, Josh Cobb. And I tell you what, he loves a stat as well, does Josh Cobb. He's a serious man for the stats and the analysis and the matchups and all this sort of stuff. So he'll have done his homework, of that you can be sure. 12 gone, 92 for 4, just about to start the 13th over. And keeping with Graham White, say 2 overs for 7 so far. Cobb now 2 for 15 from 2 overs. Here's Graham White around the wicket to Coghlan. It appeals, well, half appeal from behind the stumps for LBW, as Coghlan was looking to turn that away on the onside. Didn't make contact, hit him on the pad, but again, with White bowling round the wicket,
interesting to
struggle to get an LBW.
Ben Rain in already, came in at 9 the other night.
Here's White in again, and down the pitch, and he's bowled him. And Coghlan really yorked himself there. He came a long way down. He was trying to give Graham White the charge, and that's, well, silenced the crowd here at Riverside. He came down the pitch, and the off stump now leaning drunkenly back. And Northamptonshire spinners here. It's the 2 experienced ones, Cobb and White, doing a good job. Coghlan goes for 15, bowled by White, 15 off 10 balls. And Durham now 92 for 5.
They have traditionally struggled to play spin over the years, Durham, in this format. And they're getting themselves into a bit of a stew again today.
He tried to come down the pitch, and I think, I haven't seen the replay, but it looked very much to me as though he just, say in effect, yorked himself. And 2 new batsmen in, Bryden Carse, new man at the crease. I say Northamptonshire can sort of half claim because his dad played for Northamptonshire in 1983, James Carse. Struggled a little bit for fitness that year, but showed that he got real pace. Very highly regarded back in Southern Africa. 92 for 5, White round the wicket to the new batsman, and driven back by Carse, and taken on the half volley by Graham White. So both batsmen on naught. White past, or rather through, in front of umpire Lungley as he comes round the wicket, and that's played back down the pitch by Carse. If Northamptonshire can just get a few deliveries, a few dot balls or inexpensive deliveries with 2 new batsmen in, they'll be well happy. Here's White in again, driven nicely up to extra cover by Carse, but only as far as Ben Curran, just on the edge of the square there at extra cover. And there's no run. Rattled through this over. Graham White, just 1 ball off. This could be a wicket maiden. And it's a double wicket maiden, because that has just been punched back off the back foot. Graham White takes a return catch. Carse goes for naught. It is a double wicket maiden for Graham White. Dear sir, is this a record? Well, it's not, because Nathan Buck certainly did it for Northamptonshire a couple of years ago. But in this match, well, it's another important wicket going down for Durham, and a good one for Northamptonshire to take. Carse goes for naught off 4 balls, Corton bowled White, and at the end of the 13th over, Durham in a spot of bother at 92 for 6.
Got themselves into a right mess here. Like I said in the opening, I just absolutely have no idea, week after week after week, which Durham T20 team's going to turn up. You just can't tell from one match to the next whether there's form or not. I mean, they've got some rescue work to do now. 92 for 6 on a really sticky wicket.
Yeah, I mean, that must be said. I don't think it's going to be easy, you know, if Durham can get it up to, you know, 140, 150, something like that, the remaining overs. I don't think it's going to be an easy chase for Northamptonshire. It doesn't look a sort of pitch that's you're just going to go out and smash it. Though maybe Chris Lynn will try, but they've still got to get themselves up, of course, to that.
They've lost 3 wickets on 92.
Yeah, that's right.
Was that last wicket was the end of the over, yeah?
Yeah, double wicket maiden.
False shots then, aren't they, really? We've seen Clark caught and bowled, and then Carse caught and bowled. And this is nibbled off the legs by Rain off Cobb. The leg by is actually signalled as it goes down towards fine leg for a single.
Just mention one or two of the other games at Canterbury in the Southern Group. Kent are 140 for 1 at the start of the 14th over against Middlesex. So Kent, who haven't had a great campaign so far, looking to be hitting a bit of form today.
This is played by Eckersley up towards long on. What over are we in? What we got? 6.4 overs to go. 94 for 6. This could be a 147 job.
And at Cardiff, Surrey 158 for 7 with 2 balls to go against Glamorgan.
Pulled by Rain out through deep mid-wicket for 1 run.
I did see our colleagues suggesting that there wasn't a very big crowd at Sapphire Gardens today, obviously being the big football match. Wales against Ukraine going on, 5 o'clock kickoff, I think, down in Cardiff today, so rather more there than at the cricket.
This is Cobb's 3rd over, and he's taken 2 for 17 so far. Now 2 for 18 as Eckersley pushes the ball just beyond mid-wicket and away up towards mid-on for 1. Cobb right arm round. Oh, clever, very clever, because what's happened there is that was Rain looked as if he was going to reverse sweep it and then dummied the ball entirely and conned the keeper, and it's gone behind the batsman and away for 4 byes.
He did. He absolutely did Lewis McManus like a kipper there, didn't he? And yeah, as you say, it was a clever bit of batting. And Josh Cobb just having a word with Neil Mallender about that, saying, "You never did that in your day, did you, Ghosty?" No way.
Comes in and bowls again, and this is played away up towards wide, long off for 1 by Rain, and that is the end of the over. So 14 gone, and Durham 101 for 6.
In fact, when Neil Mallender was with Northamptonshire starting his first class playing career, although from Yorkshire, of course, he played for Northamptonshire in 2 spells. And when he started back in the early 80s, when the late Brian Reynolds was coaching at Northampton, if somebody played a reverse sweep in his net, they were told to get out of the net and let somebody in who wanted to bat properly. And things have changed a bit. Neil Mallender wandering away towards point, in fact, with the left-handed Rain on strike. Now Graham White's just having a little consultation with Josh Cobb. White now with figures of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 7. And he's just going to bowl his 4th and final over. Cobb's also got 1 to go. And this is over number 15. Rain on strike. And White bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Rain, who again goes to the reverse sweep. Big appeal for LBW, not out.
It's way outside the line of off.
Must have hit him outside the line. That's what certainly I'm sure what Tom Longley was saying in turning that one down. There wasn't a huge amount of conviction, I don't think, in that appeal. Here's White again over the wicket. Down the pitch comes Rain. Straight drive. That's going to be 4. Good shot. Element of premeditation. Started to come down the pitch, but hit it cleanly over the bowler's head. And Jimmy Neesham running around from long off. Tom Taylor running around from long on. Neither of them could get particularly close to it as it crossed the rope. 105 for 6. Rain for 6. Yep, the floodlights being switched on here at Riverside. It's a little bit gloomy. Here's White in flight, that up, swung away by Rain is only going to get a single as it goes down to Heldrick on the deep square leg boundary.
It's funny watching White's mannerisms. The amount of times he peels away from a delivery having bowled with his hands clamped on the front of his face as if he's exasperated by the fact he hasn't got a wicket. Very similar to Scott Borthwick, really, when he bowls.
Yes.
Quite animated.
Yeah, we'll say Graham White, a lot of experience, and now bringing that to bear as coach of the second team, doing a very, very good job. Here's White round the wicket again, fires that in and just dropped down towards backward point by Ned Eckersley for a single, intercepted there by Ben Curran, who's just fielding on the edge of the circle before their other boundary riders could get to it. 107 for 6. 2 balls to go in the over, 2 balls to go in Graham White's spell. Rain on strike, and White bowls to him, and he's gone big, and this could be another wicket. It's going out towards Neesham at long on, who takes the simplest of catches, and it's a 3rd wicket for Graham White, and Ben Rain perishes in the attempt to try and step up the pace. He goes for 7. Durham 107 for 7.
Do they not look at the scoreboard and think, last ball of the over, we've nearly seen his 4 overs out, he's caused us loads of damage, let's just be sensible here. It's down the track and launches it into the hands of the fielder.
Yeah, I have to say that was a surprising option. I think it's probably fair to say. But anyway, he's walking back. Ben Rain and Scott Borthwick coming to the crease at number 9. I have to say, Martin, it always seems from somebody just coming in from the outside a bit strange to see Scott Borthwick. He was batting at 3, obviously, in red ball cricket, and as we know, a hugely talented cricketer, a hugely talented batter, coming in at number 9. Nevertheless, that's where he is. Graham White, with 1 ball to go of his spell, has taken 3 for 13.
He only made 7 there, and he's playing a shot like that.
Here's White.
In fact, there's still a ball to go of the over.
There is.
I thought we were on the last ball there.
White to finish his stint. 3 for 13 so far. Is bowling over the wicket, turned away by Borthwick. Away through mid-wicket, out to safe save, sweeping on the boundary. Borthwick's away with a single, and that is the end of the over. It's the end of a telling spell from the left-arm spinner Graham White. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 14. And at the end of the over, 15 gone rather, Durham are 108 for 7. Still 2 new batsmen in. Scott Borthwick's made 1, Ned Eckersley has made 3. And it looks as though it's going to be Josh Cobb to bowl himself out. So far, 3 overs, 2 for 19. So, just looking around the skies here, I just hope we're not going to get any rain. It's clouds very low. I think you made the point earlier, Martin, it looks colder out there than it actually is.
New over from Cobb, right arm round from the Lumley end. Borthwick plays it up to long off for 1.
It looks as though it ought to be one of those really sort of chilly bowl of soup days, but it's actually, I don't think it's too cold out there, but glad we're in here behind glass rather than out in the crowd anyway.
Cobb to Eckersley, a little paddle round the corner from Eckersley there. 1 run, only goes as far as the discs at fine leg, and is fielded by Freddie Heldrick.
It was beautiful yesterday when I had a little walk around at Seaham, around the Seaham beach. What a beautiful part of the world, absolutely glorious.
This one's turned away by Borthwick out through deep mid-wicket. 1 run. Durham are 111 for 7 after 15.3. Played this time by Eckersley towards the deep square leg area for 1 run.
Just trying to see who that was limbering up down on the boundary. Don't think Chris Lynn's going to have a bowl, is he? Very surprised. Still got a bit of Heldrick up his sleeve. He wants more spin.
Borthwick way back into his crease to look to punch that off the back foot, and he's played it behind square down towards wide fine leg. 1 run just inside the discs.
It's also the occasional left arm spin of Safe Zabe that he could go to if he wanted. Plenty of options.
Cobb in again, floats that up. Oh, it's taken Eckersley by surprise. He just played the ball straight back along the floor to the bowler, as if he didn't see it until the last second there.
Full bunger, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Expected to see something rather more enterprising done with that. Nevertheless, as you say, I think just slightly took him by surprise. That's the end of Josh Cobb's stint for the afternoon. 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 24 for the Northamptonshire captain. So between Cobb and White, 8 overs, 5 for 38, which probably tells the story of the afternoon so far. It's going to be Neesham from this Finkel end coming back into the attack. Neesham's got a couple left, 2 overs, 1 for 15 so far, so he can bowl 17 and 19. But obviously with White and Cobb both bowled out now, will Josh Cobb go for Freddie Heldrick? Still got overs left. Then he also has the seamers, Sanderson and Taylor. So he has some little tactical decisions to make here. So he does have other bowling options if he needs to. He's only used the 6 so far today. Here's Neesham running in from the Finkel end over the wicket to the left-handed Borthwick, who drives pleasantly up to mid-off. Well fielded, moving away to his right by Josh Cobb. Single takes Borthwick up to 5 and Durham to 114 for 7. Yes, it was lovely to be able to revisit some of my dad's boyhood haunts in this part of the world. And sort of day up on the Durham Heritage Coast that you think, well, let's come back and when we've got a bit more time and explore more of it. Just a beautiful part of the world. Here's Neesham. And again to the right-handed Eckersley, who just gives himself room, steers it down to backward point. Heldrick fields on the edge of the circle, and they're through for 1 more run. Eckersley up to 6, and Durham to 115 for 7. We're in the 17th over, so 3 to go after this. Lights are on.
Previous over, you had White and Cobb. So the scoreboard says White, Cobb. Michael Leverton says we just need some bacon to go with those Northants bowlers.
Yeah, that would do very nicely. Here's Neesham in bowls wide outside the off stump, called a wide by umpire Lungley, much to Jimmy Neesham's distress. He's seen enough of White. Yeah. He's seen enough. Trafford the other night in that breathless finish
angled across the blue line there.
No, I don't think there's any problem with that, but he's just said he's had enough of wides for 1 week. 116 for 7, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. Neesham again bowls again, very wide, almost identical to the previous delivery, with the identical result. Neesham is signalling to Safe Zabe to come into the ring at mid-wicket from the mid-wicket boundary, and he's sending fine leg back Freddie Heldrick onto the boundary in front of the health club here. 117 for 7. Here's Neesham in again, bowls short, pulled away out towards where
wrong man in.
to where Safe Zabe was. And as it is, it's
That's
really
a 4.
well. It's I think the fielder has hit the rope, or we're saying.
Not having this again.
The members are saying it's 4, as it was a chase round there by Graham White.
That looked like a 4 even from here.
Well, the members in front
He's
of the
now
pavilion.
saying I don't know.
Well, Tom Lungley's now deciding what to do, and he's deciding that
Durham got done like this at Northants a few weeks ago, and it was should have been a 4 when Rob Keogh bounced along the line, and not only did he hit the line, but the ball hit the rope twice. It was thrown back in, and they were given 3 instead of 4, and Coughlin ended up being bowled when he shouldn't have been on strike.
120 for 7. Very full goes Neesham, turned away out towards mid-wicket, and they're going to come through for a second, take on Rob Keogh's arm, which they do successfully. That's well run by Ned Eckersley. Had to put the hammer down a little bit to get in, but he comes through okay for the second. 122 for 7. Yes, that was one of those. Of course, they brought the man in from mid wicket boundary into the circle. And I'm not sure he meant, because it may be that he wouldn't have played the shot, but it would have gone straight down Saif Zaib's throat. As it was, he picked up 3. 122 for 7. Nishamin again bowls to Eckersley, who manages to jam down on that one, and it's running down behind the keeper, and they're going to get a couple of runs for this, which will improve Jimmy Neesham's mood very little. But they come through for 2. 2 more onto the total. 124 for 7. Eckersley into double figures. 10 to him. Just jamming down off the bottom edge, and it bouncing over Lewis McManus's head.
This has been an awfully long over. 1-1, wide, 3-2-2.
Yes, it seems to have been going on for a while. This is, in theory, the last ball of it. Here's Nishamin. Slower ball, cut to backward point, go through for a single, taking on the arm. If it had hit Ben Curran at the non-striker's end, throw from Curran, I think it would have been gone for Ned Eckersley, but it didn't.
I think Eckersley was about to have a heart attack.
So he survives, and they come through for a single, and that's a much more productive over for Durham. 12 off it, with the aid of a couple of wides. 125 for 7. Eckersley is 11. Borthwick is 8. There are now 3 overs to go, and it's going to be Ben Sanderson coming back into the attack from the Lumley end. So Cobb resisting the temptation to go with the wrist spinner, Freddie Heldrick, despite the success of certainly the 2 more experienced Northamptonshire spinners this afternoon in Cobb and White. But it is going to be Sanderson who's got a couple of overs left, so one imagines the idea is that he will bowl 18 and 20 and Neesham will bowl 19. 125 for 7, 3 to go.
It's going to be the 147 score again, isn't it?
It's looking a bit like that.
They need 22 though from 3 to get there. Yorker length ball on leg stump to Eckersley from Sanderson. Digs it out, 1 run towards short mid wicket, picked up by Cobb, who's finished his 4 overs, 2 for 24. White 14. I've got 14 wickets for 3 runs. I put them in the wrong column. He's done well there.
Yeah, to the way round.
Yes. 14 wickets, 3 I've done it again. 3 wickets, 14 runs. It's easy to do. Just read what's in front of you.
Don't see too many maidens in this competition, do you?
In comes the bowler, and off the back foot goes Borthwick. That's a nice shot. He's cut that out towards wide, long on, long off for 2. Nicely done. Gave himself a little bit of space there.
Still no word on a start time at Edgbaston, where they've had all that rain overnight between the Bears and Nottinghamshire.
Shortish ball, and Borthwick looks to uppercut that one as he backs off to give himself some room. He plays and misses to a rising delivery.
I think in fact there's due to be an inspection probably going on in at the moment, I would imagine. Also in the North Group at Worcester, Leicestershire 129 for 4 with 15 balls to go against Worcestershire.
Sanderson in, and he bowls. Borthwick for 10. Takes the pace off the ball, and Borthwick's through the shot before it gets there, and he's lost a stump. And Durham are at risk of being bowled out here without fulfilling their 20 overs, which is a cardinal sin. They are now 128 for 8, and they've never got going today. All I can think is this pitch has been difficult at the time, but this could be one of those where the other side comes out and just smashes the ball around the park and has the job done in no time at all.
Well, it could be, but again, you say about having watched Durham over many years in the T20, similarly Northamptonshire, sometimes chasing, as I'm sure it's not the case solely with Northamptonshire, but chasing relatively small targets sometimes doesn't bring out the best in in the Northamptonshire batting, although certainly this year with the experience of Lynn and Neesham in there, they do look a rather more formidable outfit than probably for a few years. But well, we shall see. But you think Durham have got to try and get themselves up to around about that 147 mark that you mentioned very early on in the piece, if they're really going to stretch Northamptonshire, albeit, as you say, on a pitch that is not terribly easy to bat on.
Well, they've put Borthwick up the order, having had him batting 9 or 10 earlier in the competition, and so he's gone. So Travaskis now comes in, who can bat, and they've got Andrew Tye after this. Sanderson 1 for 25. Travaskis flicks that off the legs up to long on for 1 run, so he's off the mark, the Durham stand-in skipper. It's difficult to know, and we've seen these games where it is a tough pitch to bat on. We'll know obviously once the Northants innings get underway, but I've seen matches here where one side's really struggled and the others just found it plain sailing. Could be that we have a low scoring, tight affair. This is cut nicely by Eckersley, up off his toes, down towards the point boundary for 2 runs. Fielded by Rob Keogh. Kev, who has tweeted, I don't know if he's in the ground or not, he says that was definitely a thought of Borthwick. He doesn't like the sportsmanship, what he describes from White. White, for his part, as he was running along the boundary, put his hands up to say, I don't know.
Yeah, to be fair, so it's one of those that without the television cameras to do what they do on the telly, and when the international matches and televised matches, when they can replay it over and over and over and over again, on this one the umpire's really just got his own eyes and what the fielder says, and the fielder says he doesn't know, it doesn't help. But yeah, it's frustrating, I'm sure, if you're actually sitting there and you've got the sort of close-up view of what happened. 131 for 8, 2 to go, and it's going to be Tom Taylor, so we're not going to see Neesham bowl out from this end. Here's Taylor in, and that's cracked away off the back foot by Travaskis, up to Cobb on the edge of the circle at extra cover. So just a single to Travaskis. He's 2, 132 for 8.
So Neesham's 127 for 3. He was expensive in his previous over with those wides. In comparative terms to this game, 12 from the over. So he might finish on 3 overs. It's between him and Sanderson, really, I suppose. Yeah,
I suspect that last over might give it to Sanderson. Just 6 off it. Here's Taylor bowling very full, on driven by Ned Eckersley, but he's only going to get a single up to Graham White at long on. Sends in a long throw to Lewis McManus.
This is the 20th year of T20, and this, to me, watching this performance so far with the bat from Durham, has the hallmarks of early days T20, going back, you know, 2003, 2004, that sort of era.
133 for 8, so do with a little bit of a flourish off the last 10 balls. Here's Taylor, bowls very full, whipped away by Travaskis, and he's going to get a single out to Saif Zabe on the deep mid, well, coming in from the deep mid wicket boundary. Back there now, having been pulled up into the ring during previous over from Neesham.
That was a full toss as well.
It was 134 for 8. Difficult, isn't it, in these circumstances, because the batsmen are thinking, well, you know, we don't, as you say, cardinal sin being bowled out before the end, so you want to make sure you bat the overs. On the other hand, you need a little bit of a spurt here, short of a length, paddled around the corner by Eckersley, but again, he's only going to get a single as it goes down to Ben Sanderson in front of the empty Castle stand down at deep backward square. One more onto the total, 135 for 8, so 4 balls, 4 singles of this, the penultimate over of the Durham innings, having lost Jones for 4, Robinson for 5, Beddingham for 20, Clark for 44, Coughlin for 15, Rain for 7, Cast for 0, and Borthwick for 10. Here's Taylor in, bowls to the left-handed Travaskis, who drives up to long off. Graham White off the boundary to field, keeps it to a single, so 5 balls, 5 singles, 136 for 8. Eckersley 16 off 14 balls back on strike.
pitch inspection at 4:30. Play can start at 4:30. They've had the pitch inspection down at Edgbaston.
Must have been very, very wet there.
Yeah.
I want to say if the big Jubilee lunch in Rushden's been called off. Anything's possible. Here's Taylor bowling very full, driven nicely through the gap by Eckersley. Runs for him here. Jimmy Neesham has a lot of ground to make up. Round from long on towards deep mid-wicket. And they come through for a couple of runs to break the sequence. So 7 off the over, 138 for 8. Eckersley is 18, Travaskis is 4. We're going to get Sweet Caroline without Sir Rod Stewart. 138 for 8, 1 to go. I don't know if you saw, I've been reading about the concert last night.
Yeah,
I must admit I didn't see it, but I think that Sir Rod's rendition of this Divided Opinion.
Yeah,
I think
it wasn't the best, to be honest with you.
I think it's called. But it is going to be Sanderson who's going to bowl the last over. I think that's pretty unsurprising.
Well, all I will say is at 138 for 8, this is going to take some defending from a Durham point of view. With the ball, I mean, rather than verbally. Maybe both. So Sanderson to finish from the Lumley end. 1 for 28. So I'll read you through all the other scores, all the other bowling. Oh, something's put him off there. Backing up of Eckersley, perhaps. So then we no Cobb bowled 4 overs, 2 for 24, no maidens there. Taylor 3 overs, and he took none for 16.
16, yep.
Neesham 3 overs, and he took 1 for 27, no maiden. As Sanderson prepares to come in again, round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Travaskis. Travaskis drives hard at a Yorker length ball and lobs it over the top of Cobb in the covers. They'll get 2 for this. That takes them to 140.
Are they booing safe save down there? Because if they are, they're booing the wrong fielder.
Yeah, maybe.
I think they might be.
White 3 for 14 from 4 overs, and one of them a double wicket maiden. And Heldrick has taken none for 20 from 2. Bowler in again, pulled by Travaskis out towards deep mid wicket. There's a man out there. They should get 2 runs. They will. They move on to 142 for 8 with 4 balls to go. Sanderson to Travaskis, he drives back over the bowler's head, nice shot, that's away for 4. There's dust coming up as that one flies into the covers at the far end of the ground. So they're on 146 now with 3 balls to go.
Sanderson mixed it up in this over, hasn't he? He's tried the shorter one into the pitch, he's tried the fuller one, but Travaskis is making useful runs here. Get up to Durham over 150, certainly got something to defend.
8 from the over so far as Sanderson bowls. Travaskis swings out in towards deep mid-wicket territory. That's gone for 1 bounce 4. Little glimmer of hope perhaps here from a Durham point of view as they pass that, or they reach the 150 mark. 150 for 8.
Captain doing his job. A terrific little cameo from Liam Travaskis here. 150 up. Still 2 balls to go.
Well, they've just gone beyond 147. I predicted like 3 runs. Can they get any more on the board? Sanderson to Travaskis again. He bowls. Travaskis paddles him over over his own shoulder. Lobs one down towards fine leg. There's a chase on here. They run 2. They're going to run 3. Kept in, I think, by Neesham in the end. Nice shot. So this has been not a bad over. 8, 10, 12, 15 from it.
Yep, 15 so far. 1 ball to go.
That's possibly Durham's best over of the match, is it?
It is the best over of the match, yes.
Still, do they have enough on the board? That's the big question, which we'll be finding out in about an hour and a half's time. .15 from the over. Sanderson to Eckersley, jabs down on a Yorker length ball, gets a single. 16 from the over. 154. So the target is 155. They're going to have to bowl really well to defend that total, I think.
But Northamptonshire made 153 up at Old Trafford on Friday night on a not dissimilar pitch, and very nearly defended it, and he took it to the last ball, Lancashire winning by 2 wickets. So Durham are certainly in this match without any shadow of a doubt. And that last over, again, small margins, isn't it, in this competition, but 16 off the last over could be very, very significant.
So Travaskis finishing with 19 and Eckersley with 19. Durham 154 for 8. They crucially have batted out the 20 overs, which I said is a cardinal sin if you don't. Run rate is 7.7. And we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes then. Don't go away, we won't be far, and we'll be bringing you all the action as Northants come out to try and target 155. Could go either way.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
There's Jonathan Agnew in his light aircraft. Popped up to watch a bit of county cricket.
Well, it's yeah.
Maybe he's come to see where Matty Potts is from.
Plane is yeah, coming over the top of us, heading into the wind. Got a stiff breeze now as Coghlan is in bowls and Lynn drives pleasantly, but only as far as extra cover, and there's no run, so 2 dot balls to start with. We say Chris Lynn missing the game up at Old Trafford against Lancashire, having made a pretty spectacular start in Northamptonshire colours. His first taste of the blast in this country, of course, having been like Jimmy Neesham, one of those who's playing T20 franchise cricket around the world. Here's Coughlin in again, bowls to Lynn, who's spanked that away over extra cover for 6. Well, he just gave himself room, and the bat speed, and I know Northamptonshire listeners in particular will be getting tired of me talking about it, but his bat speed is just astonishing. It's the speed of his hands through the ball, and that's exactly what happened there. It wasn't a bad ball by Paul Coughlin by any stretch of the imagination, and Lynn just gave himself a little bit of room, hit through it, and it's gone over extra cover for 6.
It was well pitched up on the bottom of off stump.
Yep, nothing wrong with it at all. 6 for no wicket. Here's Coughlin in again, bowls to Lynn, turns it away out towards mid-wicket. They're going to settle for a single as it goes out to Graham Clark, coming in off the boundary, and takes Lynn up to 7, and Northamptonshire to 7 for no wicket, chasing 155 to win. Bowling figures for Northamptonshire: Cobb was 4 overs, 2 for 24. Ben Sanderson, whose figures were rather dented by that last over, finished with 4 overs, 1 for 44. Ben Curran taking strike with a slip in place. Tom Taylor was 3 overs for 16. Here's Coughlin bowling to Curran, who covers up, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run, fielded at extra cover.
Last week, Curran got 71, which was his highest score against anybody. That was against Durham.
Yeah.
And that beat his previous highest score against anybody, which was 62 against Durham last year.
Yes, obviously the air suits him, although that was the 71 was at Northampton. But yeah, he's made the most of his opportunity this year, Ben Curran, because obviously he almost certainly wouldn't have played had Ricardo Vasconcelos been fit, but Vasconcelos fracturing a thumb back end of the championship match against Kent. Coughlin round the wicket, bowls to Curran, finds the edge. That's unlucky for the bowler. He finds the edge and it runs away down to third man for 4. There isn't a third man in, so it's not at all a bad over from Paul Coughlin, but such is the nature of T20 cricket. It's gone for 11, and it's a good start for Northamptonshire in this run chase. 11 for no wicket off 1. Just run through the rest of the bowling figures, having started: Jimmy Neesham 3 overs, 1 for 27. Freddie Heldrick 2 overs for 20, and the star of the show as far as Northamptonshire were concerned today. Graham White 4 overs, 3 for 14, including a double wicket maiden.
Well, Paul Coughlin went none for 57 the other night at Headingley, and cast none for 50. Cast to start the next over here. This is his 46th T20. And he's got 25 wickets so far. His best figures: 3 for 30 against Warwickshire last year. Was with England in Australia in the winter when he damaged his knee and had to come back for an operation. Comes in and bowls, and Lynn plays it towards point. Cut off by Beddingham. Good stop there, just inside the discs. Now you look at the age of Paul Coughlin. He's now 29, and such as the career he's had with all of the injuries and stuff, this is only his 53rd T20 at the age of 29.
That's surprising, isn't it?
He was at Notts for 2 years, 2 injury-blighted years. Didn't play a T20 for them at all. All of his T20s have been at Durham. Cast to Lynn, who's on 7 from the Lumley end, and Lynn steps back and absolutely clatters that over the covers. 1 bounce for 4. And it's gone up towards the top end of the Castle stand. So he's showing some intent. He's damaged his bat. He needs another bat. He hit a length ball for 6 over the covers in the previous over from Coughlin, and he's just absolutely nailed that one off course. He's damaged his bat though.
I wonder how many he carries around with him. I just think that considering how hard he hits the ball, it may be a few.
Ben Stokes a few weeks ago at Worcester used 4 bats in his 141 in the championship. Cast in again, slower ball played by Lynn out through mid-wicket for 1 run with the bat that he needs changing. He's looking at the toe once again. May have split it off that last shot. The one that went for 4. Stokes was trying out new bats that had been provided by his bat sponsor, and somebody sent us a message, and they were retailing at £699 a bat. I'm sure my first car didn't cost that much, and certainly my first bike didn't.
Possibly your first house didn't.
No.
Crikey.
Curran ready to face Cars. Slightly open stance for the left-hander as he pulls this up and wide of Travaskis at mid-on. They'll get 2 runs here. Travaskis traces across towards the Castle side of the ground. 2 runs it is for Northants, so they're going along nicely here. 18 without loss. They had 11 on the board after the first over to Durham's 6 for 1, and they're already ahead in the second over with 2 balls to go. Ash says spin it to win it on this used pitch.
You may be right.
Carson again to Curran. Curran drives at that one, and it's a thick edge down towards third man for 4. It's a rising ball. Can't have anything short. You're just going to go up the boundary. You've got to pitch the ball up.
Well, yes, absolutely right. And
that was just too easy for the batsman. Too short of a length and easily just carved away and over the top for 4.
This is just the start Northamptonshire were hoping for.
22 for none. Borthwick drops out the deep mid-wicket. I think Beddingham's out there as well. Carson again now, and he goes towards the lower portion of leg stump with that delivery. Ball hits the pad and rolls out on the offside. So at the end of the 2 overs, 22 for none. 133 to win.
We're speculating about Chris Lynn's bats and how many he carries around with him. Well, it's taken 2 of the Northamptonshire support staff or squad players to bring out 3 bats, of which he's selected 1, and just trying to see who it is actually. There's Nathan Buck.
Nathan Buck's looking at the damaged bat. He's staring down at the end of the blade, and
he's thinking, well, I wouldn't mind one of those. I wonder if he's got any to spare. Mind you,
here we go, spin.
Yeah, Nathan.
Well, it was this ground where Nathan Buck's Barmy Army began.
Oh yes, of course. Yes.
When was that? 2017, and it was a group of students who just finished the degree course at Durham Uni came here for the day.
And it's Liam Travaskis, Durham's captain, bringing himself into the attack for the 3rd over. The first ball is turned down just behind square by Lynn for a single, fielded on the edge of the circle, and Lynn is up to 13, 23 for no wicket. Yes, Nathan Buck's major contribution to this season for Northamptonshire has been hitting a 6 off the last ball of a second 11 championship match to win it. They needed 5 off the last ball, long chase against Worcestershire, and he hit it into one of the gardens in Clark Road, who then put on social media, "I've got your ball, please will you come and sign it?" But hasn't figured a great deal so far for Northamptonshire. And that next ball from Travaskis driven up too long on by Curran, who is going to pick up another single, fielded there by Ned Eckersley, coming in off the boundary. Curran up to 11, 24 for no wicket.
The video the family put on a week or so ago of Lynn's 6 arriving on the CCTV camera in the back garden.
That was great, wasn't it? Driven by Chris Lynn up to long off for the right-hander. It's Eckersley again in business.
It was like one of those videos where you're waiting for the meteorite to come flying across the sky.
Yes. And it suddenly just dropped into the garden. He did hit some, was it 5 sixes that night? No, 8, wasn't it? 8 sixes, of which 5 went out of the ground. Curran trying to pull that ball from Travaskis, which didn't get up. Hit him on the pad, rolled down towards backward point. They've got 2 men of the, well, it's a short third man and a backward point really in the ring. As Travaskis comes over the wicket to the left-handed Curran, who works that into the leg side, and he's going to pick up a single out to the man Graham Clark, sweeping on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 1 more onto the total, 26 for no wicket. Curran for 12, but immediately the spinners come into the attack. The batsmen are having to think a bit more about it. Here's Lynn facing Travaskis round the wicket, and he's hoisted it out towards long on. It goes second bounce down here to Scott Borthwick, fielding in front of us, and Lynn is able to come through for a single, and that's the end of an over. Just 5 off it from Travaskis, so certainly rather more economical than the first 2 from the seamers. 27 for no wicket off 3. Lynn is 15, Curran is 12, and Northamptonshire, well, scoring at 9 and over. They need to score at 7.5, so ahead of the rate. But a long way to go.
Coghlan is to replace Cars from the Lumley end. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter or weircricket@yahoo.co.uk, and it's at oldmanrad with 2 D's for Andrew. When did you start using Old Man Rad?
Quite a while ago.
Middle-aged Man Rad.
It's all down to perception, isn't it?
Coghlan, right arm over to Lynn. It's a short one. Lynn cuts out into the covers. It's a dot ball. It's picked up by Jones just inside the discs on the Castle side of the ground. It's going to be 13 overs aside at Edgbaston between the Brummagem Bears and the forestry workers.
I doubt that description is officially sanctioned by our colleague, but
27 for none. Coghlan to Lynn. Short one. Lynn ducks out the road of that one. It's allowed on height. I think Neil Mallander's got his gloves on, hasn't he?
I think he has.
And possibly a snood as well. Quite often see him on this ground with gloves on, even in a heat wave.
He has as well, yes. They're like oven gloves.
Yeah. Maybe he came on his motorbike. Coghlan bowls. Lynn down the track and plays over the top of a ball. He went to give that everything. He was going to absolutely try and hammer that into next week, and he's taken his bottom hand off the bat and played it one-handed. It was almost like a rounder's shot, that.
Just lost his shape completely, did he? Which is rare for Lynn, but he certainly did there.
Floodlights blazing away here. It's a really gloomy looking day. We've got lots of heavy cloud sitting over us. A little bit of spot of rain earlier in the day as I arrived, but it hasn't actually rained. None is forecast until later this evening. Coghlan from the Lumley end. Lynn steps across his stumps and then pulls one off towards the square leg boundary for one. Borthwick is there. Hopefully the rain will hold. We don't have any interruptions. It is a coolish looking afternoon now. When I was out doing the pre-match interview a little bit earlier on, it didn't feel that cold, but Owen Humphreys is just down to our right hand side. He's the Press Association photographer.
Got shorts on.
And he's got his shorts on.
Madness.
And he was just saying how cold he felt. He's got his coat on as well. I said, Owen, I can judge a cricket season by the first day I start wearing shorts, and I think I've maybe had them on once this season. Coghlan round the wicket now to Curran. Curran drives. It's gone out of the covers. No run. Cut off by Carse.
I don't tend to wear them on the basis that there's enough grief and misery in the world without me exposing my knees to the gaze.
I'm just trying to think where we were. Was it press box on the roof at Leicester a couple of weeks ago? And it was quite a warm evening.
It's a nice spot.
Shorts on there.
Nice spot there.
Coghlan in, and Curran plays this one towards backward point, and it's going to go off down towards third man. Borthwick's chasing it, but he's not going to get there. It crosses the ropes just in front of the pavilion steps. So a boundary at the end of what had otherwise been a very tight over from Paul Coghlan. Just the other scoring shot was a single. So 32 for none after 4.
Yeah, clever shot by Curran. I think he just able to base off that, and he just waited until he played on the top of the bounds, because not the tallest player around the circuit. And Ben Curran, it's interesting, isn't it, the way county cricket works itself out, in that Curran last year was put into opening red ball cricket and it just didn't really work. David Ripley, was then head coach, had got him and Vasconcelos as the preferred opening pair. Didn't work out for Curran. He lost his place in the side. Emilio Gay went up to open, got 100 and has stayed in the side. Here's Andrew Tye coming into the attack, and he's managed to, Glynn was going big again over mid-wicket. He just clothed it a bit, and it only just cleared the man at mid-on. It's run down towards the boundary, very well fielded by a combination of Liam Travaskis and Scotty Borthwick, and they're able to come through for a couple of runs, but I just thought that seemed to hang in the air for a long time, but certainly Lynn didn't get hold of it. Maybe asking for another new bat soon. 34 for no wicket. Tye running in away from us at the Finkel end, and this time Lynn plays a rather more convincing stroke. Doesn't get any runs for as he went along the ground to mid-on. Borthwick fields again.
Is Lynn Perth Scorchers or not?
No, he was Brisbane Heat.
But
they didn't renew his contract, which is a move that seemed to polarised opinion among...
Kelly wasn't he? Kelly was
Kelly was just gone home now, but no, he was Brisbane Heat. Here's Ty bowls short to Lynn, who hits that very, very hard, but straight to the man sweeping on the cover boundary in front of the main pavilion, so keeps it to a single. Lynn is 19, 35 for no wicket. Just to go back to the point about Curran, so he loses his place in red ball. Emilio Gay goes out there, takes full advantage, and here, if you like, the boots on the other foot, Curran given a bit of an unexpected chance to cement his place in white ball with the injury to Vasconcelos, and has done just that. And when Ricardo Vasconcelos is fit again, it'll be very interesting to see what John Sadler decides to do then. 35 for no wicket.
Chris Rushworth's bragging.
Is he?
He's been given 3 weeks off, so he says it's nice and warm in my living room with a live stream on.
Afternoon, Chris. Oh. And he's bowled him, and Andrew Tye gets the breakthrough, and it's Ben Curran who loses his off stump. He was looking to turn that ball away through mid-wicket. He missed it. If it took an edge, it was a very, very fine one, and it knocked off stump flying, and Tye gets the breakthrough for Durham. Curran goes, and Northamptonshire are 35 for 1. Curran out of 16 off 11 balls.
Didn't look like he offered a shot there.
I think he was just looking to play it away through the sort of mid-wicket, maybe up to long on area, up to through the onside. It just knocked off stump, flying out of the ground. And Josh Cobb comes to the crease. So Curran goes for 16, and well, they've broken the sequence anyway, Martin, of century opening partnerships against Durham in T20 cricket. Last 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
But on this occasion, just 35 for the first wicket before Curran loses his wicket. It's a breakthrough for the Australian. Now, can Durham consolidate, pick up another one, just make Northamptonshire think a bit about this? I have to say, the cloud seems to be getting a little bit lower and darker. So fingers crossed we don't get any interruption with the weather. The lights are on, of course. Here's Tye bowling his first ball to Josh Cobb, and Cobb just playing it down for a single up towards mid-wicket. So Cobb is away straight off, and the Steelbacks up to 36 for 1. Batters to come for Northamptonshire: Safe Zabe, Rob Keogh, Jimmy Neesham, Lewis McManus, Tom Taylor, Graham White, Ben Sanderson and Freddie Heldrick.
Josh Cobb hit a 19-ball 50 against Durham for Leicestershire in 2011, but the game was then abandoned because of the bad weather at Grace Road.
Here's Tye in bowls to Lynn, short of a length, cut down to backward point, straight to the fielder on the edge of the circle, and that's the end of a successful over from Andrew Tye, and a very good one as well. Just 4 runs off it, and the wicket of Ben Curran, and Northamptonshire, 5 overs gone, are 36 for 1, which means they're actually behind where, in terms of runs, where Durham were at that stage. They were 39 for 2 off 5. Lynn is still there on 19. Huge wicket, of course, for Durham to try and get, and Josh Cobb has made a single.
Well, Cobb made 68 in a Northants win here in 2016 and 80 in the final as they recovered from 9 for 3 in 2016 against Durham. He put on 120 with Alex Wakely for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, Alex Wakely playing for Bedfordshire this afternoon.
Is he?
I think. Yep.
Cast bowls, and this is played back past him, just behind the stumps at the bowler's end. 1 run by Cobb. Who came round to field that there? Is that Tye, is it?
Yeah, playing for Bedfordshire against Devon down at Exeter this afternoon. It doesn't look as though he's got very many, because it looks as though Bedfordshire are about to lose fairly comfortably.
Cast to Lynn, pulled over. Ooh, fine leg on the discs and away for 4. Fielder diving there as Michael Jones had a hand in the air, but it was way past him.
Yeah,
just wondering if Cast is just strayed too far down the leg side there, if that was really the batsman making that happen.
Yeah, maybe. Wakely out for 8 this afternoon, LBW. It's a bad one, Wakers, I
He's,
bet.
he's pulled out from outside off stump down towards fine leg. Cast again, comes in and bowls. It's a short one, it's rapid, it goes through to the keeper. My step
No
far.
ball.
It's a no ball on height, is it?
Yeah.
I was looking at the square leg umpire and nothing happened, so took a while to declare that one. So it's Tom Lungley, the former Derbyshire player who's square leg. Many, many moons ago, and was an extra in the O'Needon line.
Was he really?
Yeah.
That's a serious claim to fame. Sunday evening peak viewing.
43 for 1 Northants. Cast bowls, and Lynn pulls this one out through mid-wicket for 1 run. Eckersley comes round to collect it. In fact, it's tie again. Where's Eckersley then? Where's he? Oh, he's at point.
With Peter Gilmore and Stally Brass, Howard Lang.
So what was it about? It was about a shipping line.
Yeah.
From Britain to the West Indies or something.
The ship was called the Charlotte Rhodes. Very, very splendid series. Music by Katachurian, theme music, which is very popular. Good series.
44 for 1. Cast in and Cobb defends. It rolls back to the bowler who snatches it with his right hand.
Get me going on Howard's Way and the Brothers soon. It's, the old Sunday night.
Yeah.
The Brothers was my grandparents' favourite. They used to enjoy that. What
was the Brothers?
It was about a haulage company, wasn't it? If you tried to sell that now, I suspect to a commissioning editor who's going to do 4 or 5 series about a haulage company, you might struggle.
Yeah. Cast to Cobb. Oh, he just digs a Yorker out, and it's gone away off the edge of the bat, maybe the toe of the bat. It's gone down for 4. Fine of the keeper. Ollie Robinson standing quite a way back, but it was a few yards to his right there. Nearly a wicket. I thought that had squeezed through, and we were about to see the bails go. 4 for Cobb, moves on to 6, 48 for 1. Durham got to the 50 after 8 overs, and we're in the end of the 6th now, the power play. Steelbacks 48 for 1. Cast in again to Cobb. Lumley end. Cobb guides it down to third man to Clark. 4-1. That is the end of the over. So 49 for 1 after 6, and that means there is 106 runs needed. Durham making 158, 4 for 8 earlier. Ben Rain's going to come into the attack now. Elizabeth emails, she says, for someone who will shortly relocate from Hamilton in Scotland to County Durham, due to many years my membership and support of Durham cricket and non-attendance due to distance and work commitments, it's disappointing to say the least to witness recent displays. In my opinion, they appear a bit disjointed and not gelling as a team, she thinks. Let us hope for better things sooner rather than later. Keep up the great commentary, she says.
Well, it is going to be Ben Rain, and obviously the power play over, so the fielding restrictions are eased. So for Rain, 3 in a ring, saving 1 on the offside. 45 saving 1 on the leg side as Rain comes in, bowls Lynn, punches that out into the covers, but fielded by the middle of those 3 men, saving 1 at backward point. That's Graham Clark, and there's no run. Then the rest of the field, deep square on the boundary, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary, long off on the boundary. And a man sweeping on the cover boundary in front of the main members' pavilion. 49 for 1. Here's Rain in. Short of a length. Cracked off the back foot by Lynn, but out to the man patrolling the cover boundary, and that brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire off the second ball of the 7th over. Greeted with rapturous applause around the ground. Don't think too many people probably made the journey up from Northampton this afternoon. Lynn up to 24. Facing this ball and driven for another single up to long off. It's fielded there by Ned Eckersley coming off the boundary. 51 for 1. Northamptonshire having lost the wicket of Ben Curran, bowled by Andrew Tye for 16. That was 35 for 1 in the 5th over. All this in reply to Durham's 154 for 8. And here's Rain from the Finkel end, bowls to Cobb, pushes that out towards mid-wicket, and they're able to come through for another single. So 3 singles off the over so far. 52 for 1, Northamptonshire. And I have to say that Durham total boosted by that little stand of 26 off 14 balls between Eckersley and Travaskis. How useful could those runs be? Here's Rain in, bowls to Lynn, who again throws the bat at that, but he's only going to get a single as it goes out to deep cover. 53 for 1.
Best partnership for them was 41 for the third wicket. That was with Beddingham and Clark, when Beddingham was run out by Heldrick as he deflected a drive from Clark back onto the stumps.
Yeah,
they were going along nicely at the time.
They were just starting to repair the damage done by those 2 early wickets, but that was a real little flourish at the end from Eckersley and Travaskis, including 16 off the last over. Cobb is going to pick up another single up to extra cover. So just 5 singles off the over, but Northamptonshire in the happy position of not really needing to go too hard at this stage. 54 for 1, so they need another 101 to win off the remaining 13 overs. 9 wickets in hand. Lynn is 26, Cobb is 10. We've seen, 5 bowlers used so far. And I think we're going to have some more spin from the Lumley end, Martin.
Yes, Liam Travaskis in his white-rimmed sunglasses. I can't recall ever seeing him bowl without glasses on.
No.
Maybe they've got targets built into the lenses or something.
Have a word with Q.
Yeah. The magazine.
Northamptonshire scorer, Quentin.
Yeah. Left arm round then. Left arm orthodox and driven upfield by Cobb to long off for 1. Course collects it. It's really gloomy out there. Even with the floodlights on, you can't really pick the players' faces at all, can you?
No.
They're just splodges.
It is very murky out there now.
Travaskis again bowls, and Lynn with a bit of a false shot back to the bowler along the floor. Good stop by Travaskis. Here he comes with his third delivery, and again it's found the bowler, then plays it straight back to him. I said as they were coming out of field here, Durham needed to take the pace off the ball today in a controlled manner to have any chance in this game, not bang it in short and hope for the best. This is a good example of what was needed here from Travaskis, the Durham skipper. This one's just beaten cover. Jones can't get across to it. 1 run up to long off. Carsfields. Throwback's not the best. It's gone between both sets of stumps and has collected about 4 wickets across towards the pavilion by the keeper.
It's one of those, can't make up your mind which end, so throw it in the middle. Durham Mascot's coming back the other way now. It's like a royal progress, isn't it?
Travaskis to Cobb, who tries to reverse sweep and wrong foots Rain at third man on the discs, and it's gone for 4 right where the mascots are. It was a nice shot that from Cobb. Chester the Lion is the male, and I can never remember the female's name. Always totally goes out of my head that.
It's a bit easier to remember. We've only got one at Northampton. It's a dog called Steeler, so it's a little bit easier to remember.
Chester and River, that's their names.
Ah, right, okay.
Travaskis to Cobb again, and Cobb looks to pull this hard through the leg side, and it thuds into his thigh guard. No run. End of the over. Not a bad over. 6 from it, but there was only that 1 boundary towards the end. Travaskis none for 11 from 2 overs, so he's bowled well so far. He's kept things tight. Rain's first over went for 5. 60 for 1 after 8 overs. 95 needed.
The question I'm asking myself, Martin, and you, I'm sure, probably got an answer to this, is if they're thinking that pace off is the way and spin options, bearing in mind what happened when he bowled at Northampton, will they give Scotty Borthwick a role, do you think?
Well, you'd think they'd have to. This is a slower, stickier track, and it's much bigger boundaries. That was a really good batting track at Northampton, wasn't it?
Well, it's going to be Andrew Tye to bowl over number 9, having picked up the 1 wicket to fall, that of Curran, and that's blasted away by Chris Lynn through extra cover for 4. And again, he hit that very hard, and extra cover is fairly tight in there, really looking to stop the single. And he leapt up.
He's now backing off. That's the Travaskis.
It is, and he's now, discretion being the better part of, has decided to just drop back sensibly to the edge of the circle. He was quite tight, and he would have had just a split second to respond. So hard did Chris Lynn hit that one. 64 for 1. Here's Tie in again, bowls to Lynn, turns it out towards mid-wicket. A long chase for Scott Borthwick, and they're able to come back for 2 runs as a result.
I think
66 for 1.
Call it a hunch, but I think Liam Travasket's gone off a little bit further out there because he values his finger ends.
I think that's probably extremely wise. Lynn did hit that very, very hard, ferociously hard. It was almost at the boundary in front of the pavilion steps there before you could blink an eye. Change in the field, and Ty is bringing another one in at fielder in the ring at mid-wicket, but he's now got long on in the boundary and deep mid-wicket on the boundary. As Ty bowls that to Lynn, who drives down the ground up to long off, fielded there by Graham Clark. Sends his return on the bounce to Ollie Robinson, and they're able to come through for another single. Lynn to 34 off 28 balls, and Steelbacks up to 67 for 1. Chris Lynn in T20 so far for Northamptonshire, 16 off 11 balls in the heavy defeat against the Birmingham Bears. First up, his tie-in bowls short to Cobb, who cuts and is caught behind, looking to try and uppercut that away over backward point down towards the vacant third man area, finds the edge, and Ollie Robinson takes the catch. Ty picks up a second wicket, Cobb goes, and Northamptonshire 67 for 2. And Andrew Ty is really keeping Durham in contention here. Cobb goes for 15 off 13 balls, so a couple of batsmen have got in and got out. Partnership of 32 for the second wicket between Lynn and Cobb. And Saif Zaib comes to the crease at number 4, and I can hear Northamptonshire supporters back at base thinking, where is Jimmy Neesham? Because he batted at 3 against Leicestershire and made that 75 not out off 30 balls, and then dropped down to number 6 against Lancashire. And I think we mentioned, I was sharing commentary with Phil Rowe, Northamptonshire's former assistant coach, and he felt as well that maybe 6 was a little bit too low. He came in with about 5 or 6 overs to go, and you ideally want your gun overseas players to be perhaps at the crease for a little bit longer than that. Going back to Lynn, 16 off 11 balls against the Bears, 83 off 46 against Durham at Northampton, and then 106 not out off 66 balls against the Foxes at Northampton. Now Travaskis changing the field for the left-handed Zay, bringing third man Finer. Round the wicket comes Ty, bowls to the left-handed Zabe, who ducks underneath it. Short ball, but not signalled as a no ball or a wide. Zabe not being the tallest man. 67 for 2, so Northamptonshire still needing to score at around about 8 and over to win this one. Have wickets in hand, of course. Need another 88 to win. And that's tucked away down towards fine leg by Zabe. Ty just straying onto leg stump, which will frustrate him a wee bit, I'm sure. It was a relatively low tariff, low risk stroke there for Zabe, just to tuck it away down to fine leg to get off the mark with a couple. End of the over, 9 runs off it, but the wicket of Josh Cobb. And Northamptonshire, after 9 overs, are 69 for 2. They need another 86 to win off the remaining 11 overs. 8 wickets in hand. Andrew Ty with the excellent figures now. 2 overs, 2 for 13. And it's going to be Ben Rain from the Lumley end.
We've got the final night of celebrations at Buckingham Palace tonight. Big street party there yesterday. Diana Ross was on at the end of the night. She's going to be performing here soon. Ben Rain in from the Lumley end. That's flicked away quite effortlessly by Lynn towards long leg for 4.
Does she bowl a bit of left arm spin then?
She swings it in. She does a bit of wobble. I don't know if she's going to bowl it in that dress, if she's wearing that dress from last night. She had to be helped on stage. And if the wind gets up here, she might disappear in that. It's like a giant parachute.
She's got high heels on, and maybe told about running on the pitch.
Yeah.
There's lots of possibilities.
Rain has gone none for 9 so far from 1.1. That's the bottom edge from Lynn back to the bowler. Remember a year or so ago at Nottinghamshire, and they had the toss out in the middle, and some lady from Nottinghamshire Cricket Club came out with a camera in a pair of high heels and was walking across the track taking pictures, and I was like, no, get her off there.
Oh dear.
Rain in, pulled by Lynn out towards deep mid-wicket. There are 2 fielders, but it's going to go through both of them, and I don't think either of them are going to get there. But the other issue is that on that boundary,
Oh, there's a camera, isn't
yeah,
there?
there's a camera on a tripod, so it's Jones was coming from the right and Ty was coming from the left, and any thought of diving to try and stop the ball there were ruled out because they would have smashed into a camera tripod.
I hadn't noticed that. It's right on the boundary edge, isn't
Yes.
it? It rules out any possibility of a
It's
slide.
one of the fixed cameras they're using for the live feed. But rain in, and the ball played back past him by Lynn for 1 up to long, off to Cars. We've got one in our room here. There's another one down our side of the ground somewhere, which I was looking at a little bit earlier. It's just next. I think that the one on our side is next to the fence. It's focusing on the dugout, the Northampton dugout and the Durham dugout.
To which Jimmy Neesham is now wandering with his pads and so on in place. So whether it be him or Keogh in next, might possibly decide on who goes out if they want to keep the left-hand, right-hand thing going.
Saib on strike. Has a 1/2 century to his name in this format as Rain comes in and bowls, and it's played back to him. Along the floor, and we mentioned it earlier in the commentary, it was 57 not out at Lancashire in the last match. His previous best had been 36 against Worcestershire last year. He's from High Wycombe. He's played for Buckinghamshire in age group cricket all the way from the under-13s. He made his Northampton debut in 2015. He actually got a duck against Durham last week at Wantage Road.
First ball, I think, wasn't it? If I remember rightly, I think he was.
Rain in. Oh, and he's stumped. Surely he's out the crease there. It's not given. Tom Lungley says no. It looked to me like he was out the crease. The keeper was off with the gloves, with the bails pretty quickly there. Was absolutely convinced he'd got his man. I would like to see that again.
Yeah, there was a very, very... we're not in a great position from here, but it was a very, very confident appeal. And Tom Lungley says not out. It was a good bit of keeping, you have to say. Ollie Robinson, very quick work. Interesting one, yes. Doubtless we'll have a little look at the replay. Well, that's halfway, 78 for 2. Very little difference between the two sides. Durham was 75 for 3 at halfway. Here's Travaskis starting his 3rd over. Bowls to Lynn. Pushes it back down the pitch for Travaskis to field off his own bowling. 0 for 11 so far for Liam Travaskis. Around the wicket again, bowls to Lynn, who with a little bit of a flourish plays that up to Borthwick at long on, and they're able to come through for a single. Lynn up to 44, Northamptonshire to 79 for 2, chasing 155. We're into the 11th over. Yes, concerts of course now very much part and parcel of making county cricket clubs play. Northamptonshire have had various ones there. Had, Sir Elton John was there, Madness had been there.
Elton John played here a few years ago. I think he might have been here twice. He's come to the Stadium of Light this year as well, I think.
Travaskis over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who comes down the pitch, works it out into the onside. Are they going to come back for 2? Yes, they are. And it's one of those instances where the big boundaries here at Riverside do give the opportunity for plenty of 2s, which, as Phil Rowe is making the point on BBC Radio Northampton commentary the other evening, fielding side absolutely kill you after a period of time. You're just able to having to keep fielding out to 2s and 3s. Opportunity here being one of the biggest fields in the country, of course. Zabe down the pitch again to Travaskis. This time he's only going to get a single as it runs up to tie at long on. One more onto the total, and 82 for 2 now. In fact, it was interesting, we talked about Freddie Heldrick earlier making his debut here. The reason that Heldrick made his debut, I think this was the ground that Northamptonshire felt last year, if they were going to give the young wrist spinner a go, this was probably about the best chance, with big square boundaries, a big playing area. It gives a little bit of protection. Here's Lynn, driving this next ball from Travaskis out towards the extra cover boundary. It's a super bit of fielding out there by Andrew Tye. Really good stop on the boundary and saved a couple of runs certainly, because it was destined for 4. But he managed to stop it just on the rope and keep it to 2. Lynn goes to 46, Steelbacks to 84 for 2. Extra cover, long off, long on, all on the boundary as Lynn drives pleasantly and jogs through for a single as it goes up to Tye at long off. Keeps the strike as well, and that's the end of another over. 7 runs off that one, 85 for 2, the Steelbacks. So 11 overs gone. Lynn is 47, Zabe is 5, and the equation for Northamptonshire, they need exactly 70 to win. 9 overs left, so the asking rate about 7.8 at the moment.
Yeah.
8 wickets in hand.
They're going along at 7.73. So Durham's run rate over their 20 overs was 7.7, and they need 7.78. So they're on target at the moment. Bryden Carse back into the attack for Durham from the Lumley end. 2 overs so far, none for 24. Travaskis none for 18 from his 3. And on strike is Lynn, who's on 47. Carse comes in. Lynn turns it off towards long leg for 1 run. What's Lynn had this year so far in scores? He's had 106 not out against Leicestershire, 83 against Durham.
And 16 off 11 balls against the Bears, and didn't bat at Trent Bridge. Well, nobody batted for Northamptonshire at Trent Bridge because it rained.
He's got masses of runs. This is his 235th T20. He started it with 6,345 runs. 300s. Carse to Zabe, who plays that nicely down towards third man. He just leans back and glides the ball off the face of the bat and away for 4. Really nicely done. Again, short bowling gets punished from Carse. Not pitching that up at all there.
Yeah, clever batting from safe Zabe again, as Curran did earlier on, just being a short, relatively short man. Just waiting, getting on top of the bounce, waiting on it. Not trying to hit it too hard, just using the pace of the ball. That's all he had to do. And now there's a committee meeting.
Yeah, 90 for 2 here, so they need 65 to win from 8.4 overs. There was a debate on Test Match Special this morning because Sir Alistair Cook watched Joe Root's century, and Joe Root becoming one of the youngest players to make it to 10,000 runs, and they thought it was a joint record with Sir Alistair Cook.
It was because of their birth, yes, dates of birth, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is hooked down,
Out.
fine leg, and it scores! Well, Jonathan Bushnell, who was on as a substitute fielder, caught it, but it almost fell off the pitch and collided with River, the mascot. He realised he was going, so he threw the ball back into play, and Zabe survives, gets 3.
Very quick thinking, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because I thought he was going to catch it and stay in, and then just overbalanced. But he had the common sense of presence of mind just to get rid of the ball before he went over the rope for 6. Otherwise, it would have been 6.
In comes Carse again to Lynn with a bouncer. Nothing from the square leg umpire. He says that's fine. So Andrew Sampson, the cricket scorer, says the youngest to reach 10,000 runs. Alistair Cook, 11,479 days. Joe Root, 11,480. They were both 31 years and 157 days old, but Cook had 1 less leap day.
Oh, great stuff from Andrew Sampson. What a terrific start.
Carse in again. Lynn looks to pull it through the leg side. They're appealing for LBW. I think it's whacked in his thigh pad. It's not given. No run though.
The sort of thing which, if either of us had come out with, people would just say, how sad is that?
Yeah.
But no, that's a wonderful spot. Yes, 'cause they were talking about it, weren't they? Saying
Yeah.
exactly the same age.
Alistair Cook said he was going to ring his mum to see what
Yes,
time in the
that's
morning
when
he was born.
Yes, that's right.
And he said, I think we should just share it. And then Jonathan Agnew said, well, if you were born earlier, you can claim it. But he's got it anyway by a day due to a leap year. Carse in. Lynn turns this one off towards long leg. There's 2 fielders out there. One of them is Coghlan. The other Tye. Coghlan throws it in. That's the end of the 12th over. here at a rather overcast and gloomy Riverside in Chesley Street. 92 for 2 Northants, and at this point in time they need 63 more to win, so they do have the wickets to throw at this now.
And that's the only difference, because after 12 overs Durham were 92 for 4 and Northamptonshire 92 for 2, so exactly the same score but just 2 wickets difference. You had a birthday with a 0 at the end last year, didn't you,
yeah.
Martin? I've got one this year.
Yes. Not
the same one, I hasten to add.
No.
And talk about time of day, as Ben Rain comes in to bowl over number 13, bowling to Chris Lynn on 49, and that's driven down the ground by Lynn, who reaches his half century with a single down to Andrew Tye at long off. Lynn to 50 off 42 balls with a 6 and 5 fours, and Northamptonshire up to 93 for 2. Yes, and I'm working out that on the day I was born at 7 o'clock in the evening, so just after close of play, when Northamptonshire drew a county championship match against Nottinghamshire, so I was, but at least had the decency to arrive after close of play. Here's Rain, this angled run, bowls to Zabe, who's trying to flick that down the leg side. He's got nothing on it. It's called a wide, and it's going to be 5 wides. It's run down to the boundary immediately behind the keeper, and that'll annoy Liam Travaskis, I'm sure. It'll annoy the bowler himself, of course, but he's conceded 5 down the leg side, 5 wides. And he'll have to bowl it again. So 98 for 2. We have 1 ball gone in the 13th over. 57 more to win. Rain comes in, and that's flicked away cleverly by Zabe down towards fine leg. They're going to come back for 2. It's the stroke he was trying to play to the ball before, but that was beat the leg stump, and of course with nothing on it. Umpire had to call it a wide, but that's 2 more onto the total, and it brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire off the second ball of the 13th over. And now another committee meeting between Rain, Borthwick and Travaskis.
I didn't write down Durham's 100 actually.
100 came up in the 14th over, just after the double wicket maiden.
Oh, sorry, yes I did.
Yeah, Josh Cobb's over.
Write it down.
So the upshot of all that is that keeper is now going to stand back, which is probably not a bad idea, and they now do have fine leg on the boundary. And here's Rain over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, gives himself room and leathers that away through the gap in the fielders in the ring, in the covers, but there is a man back sweeping, so Zabe only gets a single for it. Dance down the pitch, giving himself a bit of room. Zabe up to 13, Northamptonshire to 101 for 2.
Yeah, it was Durham got there in 13.5 overs, Northants 12.2.
And here's Rain bowling to Lynn, keeper standing back up again, and Lynn is turning that out towards mid-wicket. They've run the first quickly. Are they going to come back for 2? They are, because Zabe is coming to the danger end, and Zabe is very quick and got there pretty comfortably, and so it's 2 more onto the total. 103 for 2. Northamptonshire always fell to any side in this sort of situation. They just need a biggish over to just give themselves a little bit of breathing space. Well, they've taken 11 off this so far with 2 balls to go. I can hear my old commentary colleague Phil Rose saying they've won the over, they don't need to do anything too rash. Here's Rain in again, bowls to Lynn. Well, his idea of not doing anything rash has gone huge, down towards long on. It's a wonderful attempted catch by Scotty Borthwick. Unfortunately, he was already about 10 yards this side of the rope when he attempted to take it, and it's another 6 to Chris Lynn.
I'm not sure.
Total up to 109 for 2.
That was a skier. It was coming down, not around the ropes, but I mean, Borthwick knew he was already.
So I think he made it.
Nowhere to go there.
He made it look good. But yeah, absolutely.
He was trying one of those diving backwards to try and pull it back into play sort of things, but he had nobody to throw it to. But
no. Well, it's half a dozen more anyway to Lynn, and Travaskis having another word with Ben Rain. This has been a pretty expensive over, 17 off it so far, and there's 1 ball to go. Rain in to bowl to Lynn, who's driven this time all along the ground up to Borthwick at long on, who comes in off the boundary and sends in his return to Ollie Robinson. So 18 off the over, and at the end of that, the 13th over, the Steelbacks 110 for 2, chasing their 3rd win in the competition, as are Durham, of course. Northamptonshire now need another 45 to win. 7 overs remaining, so only just over a run a ball now.
That's
made a big difference.
That's better. That Sanderson over, that went for 16 from a Durham point of view, so
that's right enough. And I think we are going to see, are we going to see a bit of Borthwick? I think we are. It is Scott Borthwick. He's going to have a bowl from the Lumley end, far end of the ground, as we look out from our excellent commentary position here at the Finkel end. Now, what sort of field is Scott Borthwick going to have? He's got 2 men out, long off, long on, as you might expect. Lynn, of course, took quite a liking to him when the 2 sides met at Northampton a week or so ago. What will happen this time?
Can Borthwick get revenge with a bit of leg spin here? Lynn cracks the first one out towards the cover boundary. Clark's across to cut it off in front of the Castle stand. 2 runs. Takes the score to 112 for 2.
Can you tell me now why one of the Durham mascots has got a box on its head?
No idea. Borthwick in again. Lynn. Oh, he's bowled him! Borthwick gets him. Lynn's absolutely done there. His middle stump's out the ground. He looked to pull it hard through the leg side. He's played over the top of it. And Borthwick races away, punching the air with delight. Lynn has gone for 61. And Northampton are 112 for 3. The partnership with Zaib comes to an end. 45 runs.
There's the answer to your question.
Yeah.
Martin can get his revenge, and he has done, and he's done it in spectacular fashion, knocking out middle stump. Ball just didn't get up at all. So Lynn goes for 61 off 47 balls, continue his outstanding start for Northamptonshire in this year's Blast, but nevertheless, the job is still unfinished. And now one overseas replaces another. Jimmy Neesham comes to the crease. At number 5 rather than number 6, as he was at Old Trafford.
I was looking through, I'm not sure he's played against Durham before. I was looking through his stats earlier on. It might have been one first-class match for Derbyshire.
You reckon the only time he played at Northampton before was when he was with Derbyshire?
2016, something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, that was in, he said he played a washed-out T20 match for Derbyshire at Northampton when he was, it should have been 2016, that's right.
This is played off down towards backward point. Coming back for a second here, they are. Not sure who Bushnell's on for.
Yeah, so we'll see who's not out there.
Comes in and bowls, and this is flicked away to Rain, backward square leg for 1 run. Is bedding him out there as he gone off. He's been suffering with a sore back recently. It's just difficult to see anybody's face now. They just
can't see bedding him out.
No, I think it might be bedding him. Can't see bedding him. Borthwick in, bowls and pulled this time up towards wide, long on by Zaid for 1 run. 1 ball to go of this over. Neesham on strike on 3. Left-hander facing the left armour. And a little dab back up towards the bowler's end. 1 run collected by Borthwick. Has a shy at the stumps as Neesham's getting there. Bounces over the target. End of the over. 38 needed from 6 overs.
I did wonder whether, obviously with the left-hand, right-hand combination being favoured by a lot of sides, whether they might look at who was out before deciding who went in next, and possibly if Lynn had gone, then it would be a question of replacing a right-hander with a right-hander, Rob Keogh, but in fact they've just gone out, I think, with the idea that they just want Neesham to maybe just make a little bit of a contribution here, finish this game before it gets nervy. There's only 7 runs off that over from Borthwick and the wicket of Chris Lynn, so Durham still fighting in here. There are 6 overs to go. Northamptonshire need 38 to win. They've got 7 wickets in hand, but as we've seen before, it's not the easiest of pitches to force the pace, especially if the ball is pitched up. It's going to be Paul Coghlan back in the attack. Bowled his 3rd over, 0 for 16 so far. Is Coghlan over the wicket, bowls short to Neesham, who tries to swing it away, and it's not signalled a wide, which presumably means it just came off something, some part of Neesham's anatomy, flicked it on the way through, just a little bit of thigh pad or just off the body. Coghlan trying to take all the pace off that ball. Here's Coghlan again, bowling short, pulled away by Neesham, and it's going to split the fielders out on the leg side and goes for 4. They've got a long on and a deep mid wicket, and it went straight between the two of them. And it just, again, Coghlan trying to take pace off, but that was a little bit too short. And as Martin made the observation earlier, you do need to pitch the ball up on this. And that just sat up and asked to be hit, and Neesham was happy to oblige. He goes to 8, and Northamptonshire to 121 for 3. Change in the field, with Travaskis deciding to bring Fine Leg up and drop himself back at long off. Here's Coghlan in bowls, again taking pace off it, and Neesham trying to cut it away, just cloths it up to extra cover, where it's fielded there by Ben Rain, and they just come through for a single. 9 to Neesham, 122 for 3. 33 more runs required by Northamptonshire. Started this game 4th in the North Group table. Durham 7th. But the table very, very tight at this relatively early stage of proceedings. Round the wicket comes Coghlan to Zabe, who pulls that away down to the man who's just been placed down on the boundary at long leg. And they just come through for a single. Zabe up to 15, and Northamptonshire to 123 for 3. Keeping an eye on what's been happening elsewhere in this group. Of course, the Bears match against Nottinghamshire has been late starting because of the weather. They're not underway just yet. Here's Coghlan again, trying to take pace off it, bowls it outside the off stump, it just dies in the pitch, and Neesham trying to blast it away over extra cover, doesn't make contact, goes through to Ollie Robinson, dot ball. So 6 off this over so far, 1 ball to go. And here's Coghlan from the Finkel end, bowling to Neesham, who comes across his stumps and muscles it down to long on. It's fielded out there by Scott Borthwick, and they come through for a single. Neesham looks thoroughly disgusted, either with the fact that he only managed to get a single, or he's been looking slightly quizzically at his bat. Perhaps he's having the same trouble that Chris Lynn had earlier. Little crack in the toe with the bat. Anyway, 7 off the over, 124 for 3. So Coghlan has bowled 3 overs for 23. 124 for 3. 31 more runs needed. 5 overs to go. So it's pretty much a runner ball, just a touch over. So Durham needs to take wickets, and looking to do so, replacing Scott Borthwick after 1 successful over, it's going to be Andrew Tye, who's going in to bowl his 3rd.
Well, can he make a change? 1, 2, 4 for 3, and 31 needed. He bowls, and that cuts through underneath the batsman Neesham, playing a miss. He's off balance and leaning on his bat after fishing for one way outside the off stump there. Tie in, Nisham pulls out towards mid-wicket. He's going to go for 1 run. Quick running there from Paul Coghlan, steaming in off the castle boundary. I have a feeling if this was a red ball game, they wouldn't be on there now. The light is not good at all.
It is decidedly murky. They're just about to start at Edgbaston.
Too wet for where is Surrey playing? They've called that one off because of the rain.
Down at Cardiff.
No, all that way. It's a shame. Tie in, and Safe drives at that one. Zabe drives at that one for 1 run out towards the cover boundary. I think Kevin Hand was down at Canterbury, wasn't he? Did they manage to get any play there?
Let's have a look.
There's been weather all over the place down south.
I knew that was coming. Yes, Kent 192 for 8. Middlesex 94 for 7 rather in the 16th over. So it looks like an easy win for Kent.
Nisham facing Ty, helps one up into the air and off towards the cover boundary for 1.
Just about to start at Edgbaston between the Bears and Nottinghamshire in the North Group. Also in the North Group at Worcester, Leicestershire 162 for 6. Worcestershire 122 for 5. So they need, another 41 to win off 5 overs, 5 wickets standing. Don't know where your money is there. That could be a tight one. And they are off for rain, yes, at Cardiff between Surrey and Glamorgan.
Ty comes around the wicket, it's a bouncer, and Zabe tries to clip it as it goes past him and plays. Oh, they've signalled a no ball on height. I didn't think that looked too high.
Yeah, it was. They have to take into account the stature of the striker, and he's not very tall. Safe Zabe.
I thought he just missed it, played and missed. He's looking to sort of uppercut it. Target for victory is now just 26 from 4.2. Needs something special here from a Durham point of view, otherwise this is going to be another double for Northants against Durham. Tie in again with a short one, and that's fed off to the boundary for 4. Just rocked away there. Zabe watched it glance off the face of the bat. It just pitched inside the rope by about half a foot. Lots of dust came up there as it landed. And yeah, I thought Durham didn't have enough runs, and maybe if they had a few more on the board they would have given themselves something to defend, but at the moment with 4.1 overs to go, 22 needed, you'd fancy that Northants will get themselves across the line here. Who knows, a wicket could make a difference as Ty comes into Zabe again, tries to york him, but it's played away up to long on for 1. And that is the end of the over. 4 overs to go, 21 needed at 134 for 3.
Yeah, if Northamptonshire do get home in this one, I think Durham are bound to be looking at that little period. They had a good over against Freddie Heldrick, didn't they, when they were 83 for 3, and then 92 for 3, and then 92 for 3 in the space of 4 overs against the spin of Cobb and White. 92 for 3 became 108 for 7, 107 for 7. And that really just ripped the heart out of the Durham batting, and double wicket maiden for White. Well, what can Paul Coghlan do? Coming in to bowl his final over, 3 overs for 23 so far. He's going to bowl round the wicket to Zabe, who's on 21, following up his half-century the other night. Short, and Zabe has cut that out towards deep cover, and it looked as though it might be a catch for Graham Clark, who came in quite a long way off the boundary, and in the end it landed about a yard, maybe 2 yards in front of him. One of those slightly awkward ones where you think, do I go in and risk losing my teeth or just stay back? And in the end it landed just in front of him anyway. So 1 more to Zabe, 22 to him. 135 for 3, 20 runs needed. Coghlan in, bowls to Nisham, tries to cut, doesn't time it. Looks again with a certain degree of disgust at his bat, but he picks up a single as it goes up to extra cover. Nisham up to 13, and Northamptonshire to 136 for 3. You need another 19 to win. 3 overs to go after this one. So in total, 22 balls to get 19 runs. Here's Coughlin, and he's going to pick up the wicket of Zabe as it's gone straight up in the air, and it's a good catch in the end by Liam Travaskis. It hung in the air a long time. It's quite breezy here at Riverside, and Zabe's rather thrown that one away. He goes for 22, 136 for 4, and it's one of those games, Martin, when just when you think you could sort of start and, from a batting side's point of view, relax a little bit and think, okay, we're just about here, then another wicket falls, and Durham are keeping themselves in contention, which is all they can do. Zabe goes for 22 off 18 balls. It's a wicket for Paul Coughlin. Good catch by Liam Travaskis. As I say, it hung in the air a long time, but it's swirling up there a little bit, and it's also trying to take a catch with a white ball against the light grey sky, which is never easy. And I think that was probably coming out of the lights as well. So good catch from Liam Travaskis, and it spells the end of Safe Zabe, and Northamptonshire are 136 for 4. So they need 19 to win off 21 balls. Rob Keogh is the new batsman out in the middle. Keogh taking strike. Coughlin with 1 for 25 now. Bowls to Keogh, whips that away down towards fine leg. He's going to pick up a couple here. Easy to fielded in front of the empty Castle stand. And Keogh off the mark, and Northamptonshire up to 138 for 4. Target down to 17 with 20 balls remaining. Keogh on strike again as Coughlin comes in running away from us, and again turns it down to long leg. This time he's only going to get a single. A little bit of bounce from Coughlin, but Keogh getting on top of it, just working it down to the fielder, the very far end of the ground, down by the flagpoles. And Keogh goes up to 3, 139 for 4. Northamptonshire needs 16 to win. This would give them 7 points from 6 games. 2 home matches coming up in the next few days. And that's hung outside off stump, Coughlin to Neesham, who tries to cut. He hasn't really, it's clearly finding it difficult to time it out there, Jimmy Neesham, and he's looking slightly frustrated with himself. Nevertheless, he's still there, but that's a successful over for Paul Coughlin. And what, just 5 runs coming off it, plus the wicket of Zabe. So 139 for 4 at the end of the 17th over. Northamptonshire need another 16 to win. 3 wickets in hand. Another committee meeting at the far end of the ground as the 2 batsmen confer as well. Just looking to see who's going to bowl this one. And I think they're going to go with Bryden Carse again, who so far has been just a little bit costly. 3 overs for 31, and he's got 1 over to bowl. And this is going to be it. So you heard confirmation over the public address. And they're looking to keep Keogh on strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men in the ring, saving 1.
Coughlin in, Keogh drives, it's a dot ball, it bounces out into short extra cover to Travaskis, bounces off him but heads back towards the track.
You've got a plan, there's a very clear plan here. They've got 4 men saving 1 in a ring on the offside. They're just going to, I would imagine, bowl 4th, 5th stump to Keogh, just trying to keep him there, keep Neesham off strike.
There's about 6 or 7 people walking out at the far end of the ground as if they've decided they've seen enough, but there's still anything good happening here yet. Carse comes in, bowls, and Keogh drives it back past him. That's 4. Well, it was over pitched, and they need 12 to win now. I said at half time I didn't think Durham had enough runs, and you know, if they had maybe another 15 here,
yeah,
it might have been a different kettle of fish. I mean, they might still win. I'm struggling to see how with 12 needed from 2.4 overs, but Carse in, bangs that one in, and Keogh sets off for a single and is told to go back.
We'll put it this way, Martin, if Northamptonshire lose this from here, I'm not quite sure
how they've lost it.
How they've lost it, or who I'm going to be interviewing at the end, or how long I'll have to wait for anybody to come on and present themselves for interview. It might be a long wait in the cold.
Captain Cook said it looked like a hard wicket to bat on until Durham started to bowl on it. Major changes are needed, and they have no threat without Potts, he says. This is up in the air, and it's away safely over the backpedalling Scott Borthwick at mid on 4-4. So Northampton now just need 8 to win. I would say, and I thought it at the halfway stage, but Durham's score of 154 for 8 was rather average.
Yeah, it was just that really disastrous.
It's allowed Northampton to measure there.
No, absolutely. It was just really that disastrous little sequence of 4 wickets for 15 runs in the space of 3 and a bit overs, wasn't it, in the middle? Course
bowls. This is defended. He just rolls short on the leg side. No run there for Keogh.
Despite a really good little partnership at the end from Eckersley and Travaskis, who gave the side something to bowl at. Took 16 off the last over from Ben Sanderson, but it always looked a wee bit light, didn't it?
I'm trying to wonder where we're going to see a maiden come from now. There's 1 ball left of this over, 2 overs to go. Has Ty bowled all his overs or not? Coghlan has 1 for 28 from 4 for Coghlan. Carse to Keogh, who's on 11.
Ty has 1 left.
He comes in, he bowls, it's cut and he's gone. He's put it straight into the hands of Ned Eckersley at backward point. Now, are we in for late drama here? Keogh out for 11. That's the end of the over, so they still need 8 from 2. You would still fancy Northampton. And coming out to bat now is Lewis McManus, the wicketkeeper batsman.
Well, those of us that have watched Northamptonshire over a period of time have come to expect the odd little wobble on the way. And this game, as Martin says, is still very much alive. 8 still needed to win, 12 balls to go. I think the thing obviously that will hearten Northamptonshire supporters is that Jimmy Neesham is still there and is on strike. And obviously a man with vast amount of T20 experience. Nevertheless, Durham still afloat. And Andrew Ty, who's been, for my money, the pick of the Durham bowlers so far, 2 for 23 from 3 overs, is running into bowl his last over from the Finkel end outside the off stump. Neesham trying to run it down to third man, doesn't make contact. Dot ball to start the over. 8 needed off 11 balls. 5 wickets in hand. Neesham on strike. Lewis McManus at the non-strikers end. Tom Taylor, Graham White, Ben Sanderson and Freddie Heldrick to come. Here's Ty. Bowls very full to Neesham, who's hit on the boot, aiming to play it away on the onside. Appeal by Ty. Appeal by Ollie Robinson. Not out, says umpire Lungley, but it's a second dot ball. 10 balls left. 8 runs needed. Tom Taylor obviously just changing in the pavilion and then walking round to the dugout with his fetching bobble hat on. Graham White as well. It's that sort of afternoon. 10 balls to go. 8 runs needed, and make that 9 balls to go, 8 runs needed. Full outside off stump. Neesham trying to drive, doesn't make contact.
I said where were we going to see a maiden from at this point in time? As Andrew Ty pulled this last over. Are we going to be eating our words here in a minute or two?
Well, you're halfway there, Martin. 3 balls in the over, 3 dots. Northampton still need 8 to win. 9 balls to go. Short. That's gone straight up in the air. He must be caught. He's going to be caught. He's dropped him. He's dropped at backward point.
Unbelievable.
It went straight up in the air. It was the simplest of catches, except for the fact, as we say, it's this sort of battleship grey sky, out of the light, swirling wind.
Is that Jonathan Bushnell? I can't see who it is.
I think it might be the 12th man who's put that down, but it's a single, so at least it's not going to be a maiden from Northampton's point of view. But that should have been the end of Jimmy Neesham. And what's, I think, galling for It is, it's the sub. It's Jonathan Bushnell down there. Oh, it's George Giselle, I think, who's dropped that. Begging Jonathan Bushnell's pardon. So, 7 needed, 8 balls, new batsman on strike, Lewis McManus. And the crowd now starting to get behind Durham. Here's Ty, running away from us. Bowls to McManus, who drives over extra cover for 4. I lost sight of the ball for a second. I think 1 or 2 of the Durham fielders lost sight of it as well. But Lewis McManus has, well, settled the away side's nerves a little bit there. It was up in the slot. And McManus, with a certain degree of character and courage, put his left foot down the track and blasted away over extra cover for 4. Brings the 150 up for Northamptonshire. They need 3 to win. 7 balls remaining. Here's Ty in, bowls to McManus, who's pulled that. Is it going out to be caught? It must be caught, and this time it's a very, very good catch. Running in from fine leg, and McManus goes. And well, is there still a twist in the tail? McManus trying to finish it with a big hit. It went up in the air. It only just reached the man running in from long leg, who took a very good catch. In contrast to the drop earlier in the over. So Ty picks up another wicket, his 3rd of the innings. McManus goes for 4. And Northamptonshire 152 for 6. Tom Taylor comes to the crease. It was Bryden Cass who took the catch down there, and a very good one it was too. That's the end of the over. It means that Andrew Ty has bowled out. Taylor is coming to the crease to join Jimmy Neesham, who will be on strike. 1 over to go. Ty has bowled 4 overs, 3 for 28. Another excellent return from the Aussie. 6 balls remaining, 3 runs needed, 4 wickets in hand. Umpire Neil Mallander's having a word with the batsman about something or other, not sure what. There's there's almost a Zoom call worth of a committee meeting at the other end of the ground. There are 6 Durham players all having a chat with, I was looking to see who's going to bowl the last over. Is it Ben Rain?
Ben Rain.
It is Ben Rain. He's going to bowl the last over. Gone for 32 in his 3 so far. Just needs to go for, well, 1 or less.
They only bowled Borthwick today, 1 over. He took 1 for 7. Got the wicket of Lynn.
Huge wicket of Chris Lynn.
Yeah. Ben Rain, non for 32 from 3 overs. Ty, 3 for 28 from 4. I think he got 3 from 26 the other day. He could have had a wicket maiden there as well if that catch hadn't been put down, and who knows how different that might have been. Neesham's on strike, Rain around the wicket. It's a full toss wide, and so they need 2 to win, and they've got 6 balls in which to do it in.
Seems to be catching this idea of bowling wides in the last over, having been up at Old Trafford on Friday night. 2 to win.
So Coghlan 1 for 28 from 4, Cass 1 for 39 from 4. Rain to Neesham. Neesham cuts that one out through the covers. The scores are tied now, 1 run. Travaskis none for 18 from 3. Ty 3 for 28 from 4. Borthwick 1 for 7 from 1. And Rain bowling this final over. He's now gone 3.1 overs, none for 34. And Northants have 5 deliveries to try to get 1 run. There's a discussion between the 2 batsmen. I don't really know what they need to talk about. There's 5 people in the Durham discussion here. Snookers. They need some magic.
They need snookers, yeah.
Well, this looks like it's going to be defeat number 4 for Durham in 6 matches, and really not the way they'd been talking up this competition. The loss of Ashton Turner's proved critical, really, losing him to the dislocated shoulder at Northants a week ago on Friday. Rain comes in, he bowls, and that's played back to him. It's a dot ball. Durham have only tied 2 matches, I think, one here against Lancashire and one at Yorkshire in 2008 when Gareth Breeze hit a 6 off the final ball.
Northamptonshire had 2 ties against Nottinghamshire in the same season, about a decade ago. Both matches tied.
4 balls left, 1 run needed for Northants. They are 154 for 6. Rain balls had scooped around the corner and away for 4, and they win with 3 balls to go by 4 wickets. And as I said earlier, it got needlessly nervy, I would say, from a Northants point of view. They lost a bit of momentum after Lynn went, because when he departed on 61, they still needed 43 to win from, I think it was 6.4 overs. So it got nervy for them. I think Durham can credit themselves that they got themselves back in the game and took it as late as they did. Who knows, that drop catch when Neesham was on 12 could have made an awful lot of difference there. But Durham, I thought their 154 for 8 was average. I said it would take some defending, and they haven't been able to do it, so they've lost again. Northants complete another double over them to go with the one from last year. And Durham on extra action against Warwickshire here on Wednesday night, I think it is, and then they've got Lancashire on Friday. But this season is not delivering how it was meant to and how it was all built up in advance. And from Northampton's point of view, well, they're right in the mix now. They've got 7 points from 6 games, 3 wins and 2 defeats in a rain-off game.
Yeah, next 2 matches at home. They got, in fact, well, both games that you would sort of put down as winnable ones. Derbyshire on Tuesday night, Worcestershire on Thursday night, both at home at Wantage Road. So, yeah, it's a 5th successive T20 victory for Northamptonshire over Durham. And, well, it was, I would agree entirely with Martin's assessment, it was perhaps unnecessarily nervy, and you always hope in those circumstances that somebody's going to take responsibility and say, right, well, I'm going to finish it. And I suppose you say, well, Jimmy Neesham did that, said, I say that catch went down. It could have been a different story, but I think ultimately the game won today by Northamptonshire's bowlers, in particular the spinners. I thought Cobb and White just tearing the heart out of the Durham innings as they went from 92 for 3 to 107 for 7, and 154 for 8 was always going to take a little bit of defending, even though, as I say, they're not the easiest necessarily pitch to bat on. But Northamptonshire getting there in the end. They won't mind too much about how close it was. They've got there, they've got the points, they've seen what it's like, they know what it's like to lose a tight game the other way. It happened the other evening up at Old Trafford, so they've made amends for that. As you say, 7 points from 6 games, and for Northamptonshire, still everything to play for.
Well, we'll...
Is that Ed Sheeran playing in Sunderland?
It is. Had I been home the other night, I think I might have been shutting the windows. Somebody did crack the joke that the worst performance by a redhead on the Sunderland pitch since they signed Paul McShane. Which I thought, I was struggling to remember Paul McShane, to be honest with you.
Very good.
Anyway, there we are. Right, another afternoon of cricket is over. There'll be reaction tomorrow on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Tees, and of course BBC Radio Northampton. My thanks to Andrew Radd. Always a pleasure to do a commentary with him, because he is a walking compendium of all things Northants and makes it so much easier. But he will be heading home in the morning, with 2 points in his bag, having visited the Seaham Riviera yesterday to trace some old roots from the family history. Okay, then we'll see you later on.